Mr. Liao Fan Yuan's actual name was Huang Yuan, alias Kun Yi. He was born in Wuqiang County, Jiangsu Province. When he was young, Mr. Yuan married into and lived with the family of his bride by the surname of Shu in Jiashan County, Zhejiang Province. As a result, he was awarded a scholarship by Jiashan County and became a government-supported student in the county. He passed the examination for Jiren in the township in the 4th year of the Longqing period during the Ming Dynasty under Emperor Mu Zhong. When Mr. Liao Fan was a student, he liked to study everything, whether ancient or modern, whether important or otherwise. He became an expert in astrology, law, irrigation, military affairs, politics and feng shui. Mr. Liao Fan's family was not rich, yet he liked to give alms. He led a thrifty and simple life by chanting Buddhist scriptures and incantations and sitting in meditation every day. No matter how busy his public or private affairs were, he never failed to sit quietly for his meditation sessions every morning and evening. He was 100% a philanthropist.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Tianji. Tianji, go back to the house and study.
All right, Father. I'll go now.
price is 2 cents. Okay, thank you. Please come again. Hot steamboats. Come here, come steamboats. Fresh from the steamer. Steamboats. Uncle, how about a few steam buns, just fresh?
Mine is a small family. Just give me 6.
6 buns! Okay, please wait a minute.
Please come and buy my wares.
6 buns. Very soon, they'll be ready.
Give me 2 sesame seeds cakes also. My son likes them.
Okay, please, hold on a minute.
Come and buy my wares. Very good, very good. It tastes lovely.
Uncle, please hold carefully. 2 sesame cakes also. The price is 8 cents. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yes. Steam buns. Hot steam buns, just fresh. Steam buns. Hot steam buns.
Very special offer.
Hot steam buns.
Many dumplings available, many things available.
My dear lady, are you all right? Are you sick? What has happened to you?
Not sick. I'm just very, very hungry.
Oh dear. Why have you left your house before taking your meal?
I've come out to look for some food because there's nothing left back home.
I have some steamed buns and sesame seed cakes. Please take them and eat. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Eat slowly. Yeah, eat slowly. Old lady, it's getting cold. Take this money and buy some clothes.
You're really a philanthropist. I wish to pay my last respect
No,
to you.
old lady, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't, please. If we don't have compassion for others, then we don't deserve to be humans. Don't. Please eat.
My benefactor, what's your name? I want my descendants to remember your kindness forever.
It is not necessary. Take good care of yourself. That's all I want. Tianji,
Father,
what are you doing here?
well, I'm hoping to be placed in the first 5 positions. But my mind's terribly confused. Looks like there's no hope.
You have to be patient. Impatience is not a virtue.
Father, I don't know why my mind can't be calmed down. It looks as if I'm fated not to come out top.
As long as you're willing to study hard and try your best to do good works, you can change your own destiny. It is often said, refraining from all wrongdoing and practicing all forms of kindness brings about a reduction of distress and the coming of fortune. This is the basic principle behind creating one's destiny.
Is it so? But all the people in the temples have said that our fate is predestined. How then can it be changed?
This is merely the viewpoint of ordinary people. No wonder you are confused. Okay. Let me relate my own experience as an example for you, so you may understand it much better. Yes, you will understand. Sit down. My father passed away when I was young, and Mother persuaded me to learn medicine instead of becoming a scholar. In her opinion, learning medicine would be a good way to support myself and to help others. Besides, having a skill, I would never have to worry about making a living, and I could even become famous. According to her, this was my father's wish for me. I listened to Mother and gave up the idea of becoming a government official. Until one day, when I went to the Compassionate Cloud Temple. Good morning, Your Eminence.
Gentlemen, from your facial appearance, you are destined to become a government official. Moreover, you will attain the rank of erudite first-level scholar next year. Why don't you study then?
Oh, this is because my mother said to me. He appeared to me to be a sincere person, so I told him my reason for giving up studies to learn medicine. I also asked him about his life experience.
My last name is Kong. I come from Yunnan province. I have inherited the knowledge of Mr. Kang Xie Shao, who developed the art of prediction very well. By calculations, I am supposed to pass it on to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Please follow me. So I invited Mr. Kong to stay in the house and told my mother about him. Please have some tea.
Mrs. Yuan, forgive me for being direct. 5 generations ago, your Yuan family was a flourishing one. Unfortunately, after a disaster in spring 47 years ago, you were the only surviving family member in the whole clan. Moreover, your husband died at a young age.
Mr. Kong, you're really a master fortune teller. Even a disaster a few decades ago cannot escape from your calculation. You're indeed a living immortal.
You flatter me. I only made my conclusions based on the art of prediction. No wonder it is so accurate.
Mr. Kong is such an expert in the art of prediction. Why don't you ask him to help predict your destiny?
Yes, Mother. Believing what Mr. Kong had said, I began to study again to prepare for the examination for erudite first-level scholar. Once again, Mr. Kong made a prediction for me. According to him, as a student, I would place 14th in the county examination, 71st in the regional examination and 9th in the provincial examination. The following year, at the 3 places of examination, I placed exactly as he predicted. Then I asked Mr. Kong to calculate the predictions for my entire life. The results of his predictions were that I would pass such and such a test in such and such a year, I would become a civil servant in such a year, and in such a year I would receive a promotion. Finally, I would be appointed as a magistrate in Sichuan province. After holding that office for 3.5 years, I would resign and return home. At the age of 53, I would die around 2 o'clock in the morning on August 14th. It was fated that I would not have a son.
Father, aren't these predictions wrong? Now you are over 60 years old, and I'm your own son.
Let me continue. From then on, the outcome of every examination I took turned out exactly as Mr. Kong had predicted. Mr. Kong predicted that I would be promoted only after receiving a salary in the weight of 91 dans and 5 dos of rice. However, I had received only 71 dans of rice when a senior education official recommended me for a promotion. I secretly began to doubt Mr. Kong's predictions. Nevertheless, the prediction turned out to be correct after all, because the recommendation was turned down by his superior. It was not until several years later when Mr. Chiu Min-ying saw my old examination papers and exclaimed that the essays were well written, and it would be a pity to bury the talents of such a great scholar. Mr. Ying wanted their magistrate to issue an official order for me to become a candidate for imperial student under his authority. After undergoing this eventful promotion, my calculations showed that I had received exactly 91 dans and 5 dos of rice. From then on, whether it was promotion, rank, or wealth, I deeply believed that all came about in due time, and that the length of one's life is predestined. I began to view everything in a more detached manner and ceased to seek gain and profit. After being selected as an imperial student, I was to attend a university at Peking. During my year-long stay at the capital, my interest in meditation grew, and I often sat silently without giving rise to a single thought. I lost interest in books and did not study at all. One day I paid a visit to the enlightened Zen master Yungu at Chixia Mountain. This visit changed my whole destiny.
Mr. Yuan.
Master.
The reason why ordinary people are unable to attain sagehood is because they have too many wandering and false thoughts running through their minds. In our 3-day meditation, I have not observed the slightest wandering thought arising from you. Why is this so?
Mr. Kong has clearly predicted the entire outcome of my life. The time of life, death, promotion, and failure are all predestined. There is no use or need for me to think about it.
I thought you were someone of remarkable capabilities. Now I realize you are nothing but a common mundane person.
Master, please explain what you meant.
An average person's mind is forever occupied by wandering and imaginary thoughts. So, naturally, his life is bound by the Shi of yin and yang as well as fate. We cannot deny the fact that fate exists, but only ordinary people are bound by it. Fate cannot bind those who cultivate great kindness. This is because their virtues accrued from kind acts are so great that these acts will alter their original destiny for the better. The merits accrued can actually change their destiny from suffering to happiness, poverty to prosperity, and short lives to long lives. Similarly, fate cannot bind who commit great wrongdoing. When a person's bad deeds are so great and powerful, they will cancel out the good fortune and prosperity predetermined in his original fate, and his life can be transformed from good to bad. For the past 20 years, you have lived your life according to Mr. Kong's predictions and did not do a thing to change it. Instead, you became bound by your own fate. If you are not considered an ordinary mortal, then who is?
Can one escape from his fate then?
We create our own fate. Good or bad fortune is also determined by ourselves. When I commit bad deeds, disasters are bound to strike. When I cultivate kindness, good fortune will naturally come my way. It says so in all the great ancient books of wisdom. In the Buddhist teachings it is written that if one wishes for and seeks wealth, position, a son, a daughter, or longevity, one can attain them. One only has to cultivate kind deeds in order to escape the control of fate. Since untruthful speech is one of the greatest offenses in Buddhist teachings, we can be assured that these are not lies. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas certainly have no reasons to deceive us.
But Mencius once said, whatever is sought for can be attained. The seeking is in oneself. This refers to inner qualities such as virtue, kindness, and morality. These are all qualities we can work toward. However, when it comes to outside factors such as wealth, fame, and prestige, how can we seek to attain them? Don't these have to be granted by others?
Mencius was correct, but you misinterpreted his meaning. Huining, the sixth patriarch of the Zen school, has taught that all the fields of merit are within one's own heart. The outside is merely a reflection of the inside. By seeking within ourselves, we can not only attain the inner qualities of virtue, kindness, and morality, but we can also attain wealth, fame, prestige. These are embodied in one's fate. One will attain them even without having to seek. Therefore, if one cannot reflect within one's own heart, but instead blindly seek from outside, then this search is in vain. By the way, Mr. Kong has predicted that you will not receive an imperial appointment nor get a son, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
If this is your fate, then you should reflect on your past deeds. What are your feelings?
Those who receive imperial appointments all have the appearance of good fortune, and I do not. I am very impatient, intolerant, indisciplined, and speak without restraint. I also have a strong sense of pride and arrogance. How is it possible for me to receive an imperial appointment? There is an old saying, life springs from the dirt of the earth, and water too clean often harbors no fish. The first reason why I feel I do not deserve a son is because I am addicted to cleanliness, resulting in the lack of thoughtfulness for others. The second reason is that harmony is the cultivator of all life, but I have a quick temper. The third reason is based on the principle that loving kindness is the basis of reproduction and harshness is the root of sterility. I overly guard my own reputation and cannot sacrifice anything for the sake of others. The fourth reason is that I talk too much, which wastes a lot of chi or energy. The fifth reason is that I also delight in drinking alcohol, and that depletes my spirit. The sixth reason I do not have a son is my habit of staying up nights, not knowing how to conserve my energy.
According to you, then, there are too many things in life you do not deserve. Not only fame and a son. We should know that both good and bad fortune are all formed from one's heart. Whether a person should enjoy fortune or starve to death are only consequences of their own actions and thoughts. The heaven merely leads the happening of events according to the forces of nature and does not impose any interference. This is just like the weight of a person, depends on his own content and not that the balance is being partial. Do you understand? Similarly, bearing children depends on the kind of virtue accumulated by a person. For example, if a person has accumulated enough merit and virtue for 100 generations, then he or she will have descendants to last 100 generations. For those who have no descendants at all, it is because they may have amassed sins instead. Mr. Kong has predicted that you will not receive an imperial appointment or have a son. We can think of these as the results of your past misdeeds, but even that can still be changed. If you can intensify your good deeds by doing more charitable works, then the merits accumulated by you will result in your receiving good reward.
I understood and believed in the Master, and I began to repent of all my past wrongdoings in front of the Buddha image. I wrote down my wish to pass the imperial examinations, and I vowed to complete 3,000 meritorious deeds to show my gratitude towards heaven, earth, and ancestors. Master Yungu showed me a chart, and he taught me how to keep a daily record of the kind and evil acts I committed. The kind acts, they were to be recorded at the top portion, and evil acts at the bottom of the chart. He told me that bad deeds could neutralize the merits I accrue from good deeds. The Master also taught me how to recite the Junti mantra.
Mantra writing experts once said, "Those who practiced the art but do not know the right way to do it will be laughed at by gods and spirits." The secret behind writing mantras is the absence of thought from start to finish. In the process of writing, one must not give rise to a single improper thought. Even kind thoughts have to be let go of. Only under these circumstances can a mantra be successful. Let's try. When one prays or seeks something in terms of changing fate, it is important that one does it when the mind is still. In this way, wishes will be easily fulfilled. Mencius stated in his principle of forming destiny that there is no difference between longevity and short life. At first glance, one would find this hard to understand. How can longevity and short life be the same? In actuality, when we look within our hearts, we will find no duality, no difference. We should see everything with eyes of equality and live morally regardless of good or bad times. If one can practice accordingly, then one can master the fate of wealth and poverty. Therefore, when we are able to create and form our own destiny, it does not matter whether we are presently rich or poor. Just as a wealthy man should not become callous in his thoughts and actions because he is rich, a poor man should not resort to committing evil deeds due to his poverty. In either case, one should keep to one's place in society and be a virtuous person. The actions of worldly people usually follow their thoughts. Whatever has to be thought is not considered natural. Accomplish the state of no thought by reciting the Junti mantra continuously to overcome scattered thoughts in the mind. And when you recite, you must not think of reciting, but recite consciously and diligently without any attachment. When the reciting becomes second nature to you, it will be efficacious.
My name used to be Xue Hai, which meant broad learning. But after having understood the fact that destiny is created by ourselves, I changed it to Liao Fan, which means transcending the mundane, because I did not wish to be like worldly people who allow destiny to control them.
Oh, I see.
From then on, I began to be constantly aware of my thoughts and actions. Soon I felt quite different from before. I became respectful, careful, and conservative in my thoughts, speech, and actions. I maintain this attitude even when I'm alone, for I know that there are spirits and gods everywhere who can see my every action and thought. Even when I encounter people who slander me, I can take their insults with a patient and peaceful mind. The year after I met Master Yungu, I took the preliminary imperial exam in which Mr. Kong had predicted I would come in third place. Amazingly, I came in first. Mr. Kong's predictions were beginning to lose their accuracy. examination, but I did. Master Yungu had said that destiny could be changed, and now I believe it more than ever. Although I had corrected a lot of my faults, I found that I could not wholeheartedly do the things I ought to do. Even if I did, it was forced and unnatural. I reflected within and found that there were still many things wrong in not being eager enough to do it, or harboring doubts when helping others in need. Sometimes I forced myself to act kindly, but my speech was still untamed and offensive. I found that I could contain myself when sober, but after a few drinks, I would lose self-discipline and act without restraint. Although I often practiced kind deeds and accumulated merits, my good deeds were offset by my faults and offenses. A lot of my time was spent vainly and without value. It took me more than 10 years to complete the 3,000 meritorious deeds I had vowed to do. I was unable to dedicate the merits from these 3,000 kind deeds at a temple until I returned to my hometown a few years later. Then I made my second wish, and that was for a son. I vowed to complete another 3,000 good deeds. 1 year later, you were born. Every time I performed a kind deed, I would record it in a book. Your mother, who could not write, would use a goose feather dipped in ink and make a red circle on the calendar for every kind deed she did. Sometimes she gave food to the poor or bought living creatures from the marketplace to free them in the wild. She recorded all these with her circles on the calendar. At times she performed more than 10 kind deeds in a single day. We continued to perform and accumulate kind deeds in this manner, and in a mere 2 years, the 3,000 deeds were completed. Once again, I made another wish in the temple, and that was to pass the next level in the imperial examination, the Jinshe level. I also vowed to complete 10,000 meritorious deeds. After 3 years, I attained my wish and passed the Jinshe level. I was made the district officer of Baodi County. While in the office, I prepared a small booklet to record my merits and faults and called it the Book of Disciplining the Mind. I told the door guard to place the booklet on my desk every morning. From that day, I recorded all my good and bad deeds in that booklet. Every evening, I would burn incense and make a report of my deeds to the heavens at a little altar in the garden. Once, your mother was concerned when she saw that I had not accumulated many merits. And she asked, "In the past, I was able to help you in your accumulation of kind deeds, and we were able to complete the 3,000 meritorious deeds. Now you have made a vow to complete 10,000 kind deeds, and there are fewer opportunities to practice them here at the government residence. How long will it be before your vow can be fulfilled?" That night, after your mother spoke the words, I had a dream.
Liao Fan Yuan,
My heavenly lord,
why are you unable to sleep?
my lord, this is because I have made a vow to complete 10,000 meritorious deeds, but to date I have not achieved good results. I'm afraid this vow will never be achieved during my living time.
When you became the district officer, you reduced the taxes on the rice fields. That was a great kind deed, and that deed itself was worth 10,000 merits. Your vow is already fulfilled.
As it turned out, the farmers in Baudi County had to pay a very high tax, and when I came to office, I reduced the taxes on the rice fields by nearly half. But I still held doubts and wondered how a single deed could be worth 10,000 merits. Coincidentally, the Zen master Huan Yu was traveling from the 5 plateau mountains of Shanxi province and stopped in Baodi. I invited him over and told him of my dream and asked whether it was believable. Master Huan Yu said, when doing kind deeds, one must be true and sincere and not seek any rewards or act with falsity. If one does a kind deed with such a true and sincere heart, then one deed can be worth the merit from 10,000 kind deeds. Besides, your act of reducing the taxes in this county benefits more than 10,000 people. You have relieved the suffering of heavy taxes on all these farmers. Upon hearing his words, I gave a month's salary for him to take back and use the money to offer food for 10,000 monks and dedicate the merits for me.
Father, what happened after that?
Mr. Kong had predicted that I would die at the age of 53. However, I survived that year with no illnesses, though I did not ask the heavens for a longer life. Now I am 69 already. In Buddhist teachings, it is written, "The way of the heavens is undetermined, and neither is one's destiny." It is also said, "Destiny is not set, but is only created and determined by oneself." These are all true, and I have come to understand that both fortune and adversity are all the results of one's own doing. Destiny is not something fixed, but can be changed.
Father, I wonder how my life will be.
This is not important. In any case of destiny, we should always prepare for the worst. Therefore, even in times of prosperity, you must act as if you were not. And when things are going your way, you must be mindful of adversity. When you are wealthy, be mindful of poverty. And when loved and respected by all, you must remain careful and conservative. When the family is greatly respected and revered, you must carry yourself humbly. And when your learning is broad and deep, you must not display it, but keep it humbly within. These 6 ways of contemplation just mentioned by me are a means to tackle the problem from its opposite side. If one can thus cultivate the mind, then virtue and morality will grow and fortune will increase on its own. There are many intelligent people in the world who refuse to cultivate morality and virtue and cannot put forth diligent effort in their work. Their failures later in life are owed to a single word: laziness. In short, the teachings of Master Yungu are truly the most worthy, profound, real and proper teachings. And I hope that you will study them closely and practice them with all your effort. You must use your time wisely and not let it slip by in vain. Do you understand?
I know, Father. Thank you for your teaching.
How can we be free from faults when we were not born as saints or sages? Confucius once said, "One with faults should not fear to correct them." As such, when we have made a mistake, don't be afraid to correct it. During the spring-autumn period, many prestigious advisors and counselors of nations were able to accurately predict whether a person's future would be good, bad, disastrous, or fortunate based on their observations of that person's speech and behavior. These can be seen recorded in several history books.
What methods did they use to make predictions?
Usually, there are signs which signal impending danger or of coming good fortune. These signs are a reflection of one's heart. Though it isn't the heart from which thoughts arise, the body and its limbs can fully portray a person's character. For instance, if a person is kind-hearted, then his or her every gesture will indicate steadiness and stolidity. If this behavior portrays kindness, then you will know for sure in advance that his good fortune is not far behind. On the contrary, when we see unkind behavior from a person, we will know that troubles await him or her.
Then, how do we make corrections?
There are 3 ways to reform one's faults. First, one must feel shame. As the saying goes, one who knows shame is not far from being a courageous person. Think of all the ancient saints and sages whose names and teachings have lasted through hundreds of generations. They were the people just like us, but why is my name tarnished and my reputation ruined in just one lifetime? I find that it is because I overindulge myself in material pleasures and have been badly influenced by the polluted environment. I also secretly do many things I am not supposed to do and think others won't know about it. Sometimes I disregard the nation's laws and am not ashamed of it. Without realizing it, I stoop lower each day until I am no different from an animal. There is nothing else in the world which calls for more shame and remorse than these behaviors. Mencius once said, "Shame is the greatest and most important word in a person's lifetime." Why? Because one who knows shame will put forth his best effort in reforming faults and will eventually attain sagehood or become a saint. The second way to reform is that one must know fear. What are we to fear? We must know that the heaven, earth, spirits, and gods all hover over our heads in observation. They are different from man in that they can see everything without obstruction. Therefore, it is not easy to deceive them. If my offense is serious, then all kinds of disasters will befall me. If the fault is minor, it will still deduct from my current fortune. How can I not feel fear? Therefore, we must fear the spirits and gods. Every moment, even I'm in an empty room, the spirits and gods watch over me very carefully and records everything. We can try covering up our evil doings from others, but the spirits and gods can see through to our hearts and know our every action. Ultimately, we cannot deceive ourselves. We would feel embarrassed and dishonored if others happened to see our misdeeds. Therefore, how can we not be constantly cautious of our every action and be fearful of the consequences they might evoke? But there is more to it. As long as a person still has one breath left, then he has the chance to repent of the most serious mistakes and offenses. If a person can have an overwhelming and courageous kind thought at the most important moment, then it can cleanse away hundreds of years of accumulated sins. This is just like how only one lamp is necessary to bring light into a valley that has been dark for 1,000 years. Sit. Besides, We are living in a tumultuous and constantly changing world. Our body, being made of flesh and blood, is extremely perishable. If our next breath does not come, then this body will no longer be part of us. By then, even if we did want to reform, we would not have the chance to do so. Therefore, when you commit evil, your retribution in the physical world is a bad reputation and name which will last for hundreds and thousands of years. Even filial children and loving grandchildren cannot cleanse your name for you. Whereas in your afterlife, you might end up in hell suffering immeasurable pain. Even Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cannot save you. So how can one not be fearful?
Father, is there any other way?
Yes, there is. The third way is one must have determination and courage. A person who hesitates to reform his faults is one who really does not want to change, but is content with what he can get away with. His willpower may not be strong enough, making him afraid to change his wrongdoings. A minor fault is like a thorn sticking into our flesh and should be quickly removed. A big fault is like a finger bitten by a poisonous snake. We must cut off that finger without hesitation to prevent the poison from spreading and taking our life. There are also 3 methods of practice in helping us reform. First is changing through action, second is changing through reasoning, and third is changing from the heart. Since the methods vary, so do the results of change. For example, if I killed living beings in the past, I now vow not to kill again starting today. If I was angry and yelled at others in the past, I vow not to get angry starting today. This is how a person changes through action. However, this is merely suppressing yourself not to do something, and it is difficult to achieve the objective of getting rid of your faults permanently. A more ideal method is changing through reasoning. In the case of killing animals, one can think thus: loving all living things is a virtue of heaven. All living things love life and are afraid to die. How can I be at peace with myself by taking another's life to nurture my own? We should know that the way to healthiness lies in the utilization of our energy and not delicacies. We can be nourished just as well by consuming vegetarian food. Why let your stomach become a graveyard? If you think about it, you will naturally feel sorry for these animals and be unable to swallow their flesh. The same holds true for changing one's bad temper. One should think of the fact that everyone is not the same and has his or her individual strengths and weaknesses, and as such, we should understand and accommodate one another. If someone offends me for no reason at all, then it is his problem, and that has nothing to do with me. There is no reason for me to get angry. Therefore, no benefit, but rather harm is derived from killing animals and getting angry. There are other faults and offenses we can change along the same lines. If we can understand the reasoning behind the need to reform, we will not make the same mistake twice. Though a person's fault can amount to thousands of different types, they all stem from thoughts of the mind. Tianqi, come here. If your heart is rooted in vices such as desire, fame, profits, or anger, you don't have to find ways to get rid of each fault. All you need is a sincere, kind heart and the willingness to practice kind deeds. As long as your heart is virtuous and kind, then naturally your mind will not generate any improper thoughts. all mistakes stem from the heart. Therefore, one should change from the heart. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
If we are willing to cultivate our hearts, then it is possible to purify our thoughts right away. This is because wrongdoings originate from the heart. Purifying the heart can erase all improper and bad thoughts before they are carried out in action. The best way is by cultivating the heart and understanding the reason behind the need to change. The alternative way is forcing ourselves not to commit the wrongdoing again. Sometimes all three methods have to be used to succeed at reforming a fault. During the spring-autumn period, there was a senior government official in Wei named Bo Yu-chu. When he was 20, he was already mindful of his past faults. He studied his mistakes and tried to correct them thoroughly. At the age of 21, he felt he still had not completely corrected all his faults. When he was 22, he felt as if 21 was spent dreamily without practical improvement. Thus, year after year, he continued to correct his faults. When he reached 50, Bo Yu still felt that the past 49 years were full of wrongdoings. This was how particular our ancestors were regarding the correction of faults. We are all just common people, and our mistakes are as numerous as the spines on a porcupine. Often, when we look back, we do not even see our own faults. This is because we are careless and do not know how to reflect on our own actions. There are also indications when people have accumulated too many offenses and sins. For instance, one's heart may feel confused and oppressed, lacking energy and spirit. One becomes extremely forgetful, full of worries, and feels embarrassed and depressed upon meeting a virtuous gentleman. One becomes displeased at hearing righteous reasoning, and when showing kindness to others is in turn treated with hostility. One will constantly have nightmares where everything is upside down and will talk incoherently and behave abnormally. These are the symptoms of those who have accumulated too many sins and offenses.
Father, what should we do when faced with this situation?
If you have any of the above symptoms, you should immediately gather your willpower and reform all faults. It is necessary to form a new life for yourself. I hope you will not delay. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Father.
The Book of Change stated, "Families who perform kind deeds will accumulate fortune which can outlast many generations." Therefore, in order to change a bad life into a good life, we not only have to reform our faults, but also have to practice all forms of kindness and build upon our virtue. Only in this way can we rid ourselves of the karma created in the past. Once our kind practices accumulate, our bad life will naturally turn into a good life. Thus, the practice of changing destiny can be proven. Once there was a family by the name of Yen. Before they agreed to give their daughter in marriage to the man who later became Confucius' father, they looked into the past deeds of the family. After finding the family to be one that practiced kindness and accumulated virtues, the Yen family felt assured that their daughter would be marrying into a family that would be prosperous with outstanding descendants. Sure enough, their daughter later gave birth to Confucius. Confucius had once praised Shun, an emperor of early China, on his filial piety, saying, "Due to his great filial piety, Shun and his ancestors will be known and respected by others. His offspring will be prominent for many, many generations." These sayings were later proven true throughout history. Now I will prove to you in these true stories that merits can be attained through performing kind deeds. In Fujian province, there was a prominent man named Rong Yang who held a position in the imperial court as the emperor's teacher. His ancestors were boat people who made a living by helping people cross the river. Once there was a storm which lasted so long that fierce flooding washed away all the people's houses. People, animals, and goods were carried downriver by the current. Other boaters took advantage of the situation and strove to collect the floating goods. Only Rong Yang's grandfather and great-grandfather took interest in rescuing the drowning people. They did not take any of the goods that floated by. The other boaters all laughed and thought them to be very stupid. Later on, when Rong Yang's father was born, the Yang family gradually became wealthy. One day, a Taoist priest came to the Yang family and said, "Your ancestors have accumulated a lot of merit. Your offspring should enjoy wealth and prominence. There is a special place where you can build your ancestral tomb." So they followed the Taoist suggestion. Shortly after, Rong Yang was born. Rong Yang passed the imperial examination when he was only 20 years old and later received imperial appointments. The emperor even bestowed his grandfather and great-grandfather with the same imperial honors. His descendants are still very prominent today. So says a proverb, a sense of pity is present in everybody's heart. Zicheng Yang from Zhejiang province is another example. Zicheng worked as a member of the clerical staff of the county courthouse. He was a kind, humane, and law-abiding man. Once, the county magistrate punished a criminal by beating him until he fell, and his blood spilled out onto the ground.
Beat him!
I've been wrong, Your Honor. I've been wrong.
Beat him again!
Please, I've been wrong,
Beat him!
Your Honor. I didn't
Beat
do
him!
it.
Beat!
I've been wrong, Your Honor.
You cunning fellow! Very daring! Beat him!
I've been wrong, Your Honor. I didn't do it.
Beat him again! Beat him again! Beat him! Beat!
Your Honor, please remain calm. Please stop beating him.
It's all right for you to bleed. But how can I not be angry when this person has broken the law?
Your Honor, when even those in government positions of prestige and power are corrupted and do not follow the righteous path, how can one expect the common people to abide by the laws? Thus, in a case like this, we should be more understanding.
Although Zicheng came from a very poor family, he never took any bribes. If the prisoners were short of food, he would always take food from his own home, even if it meant going hungry himself. This practice of compassion never ceased, and eventually Zicheng had two sons who both became very prominent and held important government positions. Even the descendants of the Yang family remained prominent for a long time as well. So says a proverb, loving all living things is a virtue of heaven. Here is another true story that happened during the Ming Dynasty. Once, an organization of bandits appeared in Fujian province. The emperor appointed General Xie to lead the imperial army to pacify them. General Xie wanted to make sure that the innocent people were not accidentally killed in the hunt for bandits. So he managed to obtain a list of those who belonged to the organization and commanded that a white flag be given secretly to those who did not belong to the bandits. They were told to place the flag on their door when the imperial army came to town, and the soldiers were ordered not to harm the innocent. With this one thought of kindness, General Xie saved nearly 10,000 people from being killed. Later, his son placed first on the imperial exams, and he later became the prime minister. His grandson also placed highly on the exams. His whole family thus attained high positions and great wealth. Another legend happened to the Lin family from Putian County in Fujian province.
Take this one outside. Hi. Don't worry, everybody. Everybody, you will get a share. Don't worry. Everybody will get a share.
Take some.
Don't scramble.
Yes, this one for
here.
you. Take
This
some.
one for you.
Over here.
Take
some.
carefully.
Yes, this
Don't
one for
drop
you.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold properly.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
Take some for yourself. Come again
Yes.
next time.
All right.
Take over. Yes. Take some.
Okay.
Yes.
Take
Goodbye.
carefully. Yeah, this one for you.
This is for you.
Yeah. And this one for you. Take another one. Come.
Among their ancestors was an old lady who was very generous. Every day, rain or shine, she would make steamed buns to be given to the poor. There was a Taoist priest who came every day for 3 years, and each time would ask for 6 or 7 steamed buns. The old lady always granted his request, and she never expressed any displeasure.
Don't scramble. All of you will have your share. Come.
Madam Lin?
You are...
I have eaten your steamed buns for 3 years. Perhaps I can show my gratitude this way. On the land behind your house, there is a good place to build the ancestral grave. And if you're placed there in the future, the number of your descendants who will have imperial appointments will equal the number of seeds in a litter of sesame seeds.
Really? Oh, thank you for your kind guidance.
Don't mention. Since you're sincere in helping people, you should receive good retribution.
That's a blessing.
When the old lady passed away, the Lin family followed the Taoist's suggestion and buried her at the designated place. The first generation after that, 9 men received imperial appointments. From here we can see that one's charitable deeds and accumulated merits will really benefit one's descendants. A proverb says, "One who is pure-hearted will be respected by both gods and ghosts." There was an imperial secretary from Taizhou by the name of Ta Zhu-ying. When he was young, he used to study in remote mountain areas, and he had the following encounter.
Here's your opportunity. There's a village woman whose husband left home a long time ago and has not returned. Her in-laws think that their son is dead and are forcing her to remarry. but she's defying their order because she wants to preserve her chastity.
That's right. Tomorrow night she's going to commit suicide by hanging herself here and will replace me so that I can be reborn again.
Congratulations! Tonight let me celebrate with you first.
No. I must try to save the woman.
In order to save the woman, Mr. Ying immediately set out to sell his parcel of land on the following day. He obtained 4 liangs of silver and made up a letter from the daughter-in-law's husband and sent it to her home along with the silver. The parents-in-law, they noticed that the letter was not in their son's handwriting. But upon examining the silver, they found that the silver was indeed genuine. And as such, they did not insist on forcing their daughter-in-law to remarry. Therefore, the daughter-in-law did not commit suicide, and her husband returned home eventually, and it was a happy union.
Well done. Mr. Ying not only saved the woman, but also her marriage. It's really a good deed.
Later, Mr. Ying heard the ghosts speaking to each other again.
Originally, I was able to leave this place for rebirth, but my chance got messed up by Mr. Ying.
Why don't you inflict some harm on him?
No, I can't. His goodness and virtue has been recognized by the Supreme God, and he's going to receive a prominent position in the future. How can I harm him?
After hearing this, Mr. Ying became even more diligent in practicing kindness and accumulating merit. Whenever there was a famine, he would use his own money to buy food for the poor and the needy. And he was always eager to help those in emergencies. When things did not go his way, he always reflected within himself rather than complain of the outside world. Even today, his descendants are still very prominent. Another example is Kung Si Tu, who lived in Jiaxing County, Zhejiang Province. Mr. Tu used to work in the courthouse and would spend nights in the prison cells talking with the inmates. Whenever he found anyone to be innocent, he would write a classified report to the judge informing him of innocent cases. The judge would then question the prisoners accordingly and clear the case. Through Mr. Tu's efforts, more than 10 innocent people were released, and all of them were extremely grateful to him. Soon after, Mr. Tu also made a report to the emperor recommending that investigators be sent to check the prisons for innocent people every 5 years, and that the sentences could be reduced or cancelled in order to prevent the innocent from remaining in prison. The emperor agreed to Mr. Tu's suggestion, and he was chosen as one of the special agents in charge of reducing sentences for those who might be innocent. One night, Mr. Tu dreamed of a deity who told him, "You are not supposed to deserve a son in this life, but this act of reducing prison sentences for innocent people is in line with the wishes of heaven. You will be bestowed with 3 sons, and they will all attain high positions." Soon after that, his wife gave birth to 3 healthy sons, Ying Xun, Ying Kun, Ying Chun, who all became senior government officials. Another example of attaining good outcomes from practicing kindness is someone who is a distant family of our Yuan clan.
Is it so? Who is he then?
He is Ping Bao, who lived in Jiaxing. Ping was the youngest of the 7 sons of the magistrate of Qizhou, Anhui province. He was sought into marriage by the Yuan family at Pinghu County. Ping Bao was very knowledgeable and talented, but he was never able to pass the exams. Once, while traveling on one of his many journeys to Lake Liu, he was caught in very heavy rain.
Here you are, Master.
Amitabha, Mr. Bao.
Abbot, I don't have the heart to allow the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva to be defaced by the rain and dust. Could you use these 10 liangs of silver to have the temple repaired?
Oh, I'm sorry. Repairing the temple involves a big project and your silver is insufficient for this purpose, so I'm afraid that it is very difficult to fulfill your wish.
Master, don't give any more. This is a whole family belongings.
As long as the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva remains undamaged, I don't care if I have to go without clothes. Abbot, please take my humble offering.
Amitabha, to give up money and clothing isn't a difficult deed to accomplish, but your deep sincerity is truly rare and precious to encounter. Amitabha.
Please don't mention it. I have to make a move now. Thank you.
After the temple was repaired, Ping Bao led his father over to visit and spend the night there as well. That night, Ping dreamed of the Dharma protector of the temple who had come to thank him, saying to him that since he had accumulated these merits and virtues, his children and descendants would enjoy having imperial appointments for generations. Later on, his son and grandson both passed high examinations and were appointed as senior imperial officers. Tianqi, there is real goodness and false goodness, honest goodness and crooked goodness, hidden goodness and visible goodness, seeming goodness and unseeming goodness, improper goodness and proper goodness, half goodness and full goodness, big goodness and small goodness, and finally, difficult goodness and easy goodness. These different types of goodness each have their own reason, which should be carefully learned and understood. If we practice kind deeds, but do not learn the way to differentiate between right and wrong, we may end up doing harm instead of good. Now, I will explain the different types of goodness one by one. Once upon a time in the Yuan dynasty, a group of scholars went to pay homage to eminent monk master Zhongfeng, who was advisor to the emperor on Tianmu mountain.
Master, Buddhist teachings often speak of the retributions for good and evil. They say it's like the shadow following the body wherever it goes. This is saying that doing good will always have its rewards, and doing evil will always have its punishments. Then why is it that there are people who practice kind deeds, but their families and descendants are not prosperous and successful? On the other hand, there are evil and wicked people who do bad things, but their families and descendants do quite well. Is there no fairness in Buddha's teachings?
Ordinary people are blinded by worldly views. They have not cleansed their minds of impurities and cannot see with true perception. Therefore, they look upon true goodness as evil and mistaken true evil as goodness. This is very common nowadays. Furthermore, these people do not blame themselves for bad perception on their part, but instead blame the heavens for their misfortunes.
Master, goodness is goodness, and evil is evil. How can they be mistaken for each other?
Could each of you express your opinions on what is good and what is evil?
Master, to yell at and beat others is evil. To respect and treat others well is good.
Well, not necessarily.
Being greedy for wealth and taking another's money is evil. Not being greedy and abiding by proper way is good.
Not necessarily.
So, what is really considered good and what is really considered evil?
To do things with the intention of bringing benefit to others is good. To do things for the sake of oneself is evil. If what you do is for the sake of benefiting another, then it does not matter if you yell at him or beat him. That is still considered good. If your intention is for self-benefit, then, regardless of your appearance of respect and courtesy, it is still considered evil. Therefore, when one practices kind deeds with the sole intention of benefiting others, this is considered as benefiting the public. And if it's public, then it is real goodness. If you only think for yourself when doing kind acts, then what is considered private benefit, and that is false goodness. When kindness springs from within the heart, it is real goodness. When one does good just for the sake of doing a good deed, then it is false. Also, when one does good without expecting anything in return, it is considered real goodness. When one practices kind deeds for some other purpose than to benefit others, it is false. These differences should all be scrutinized by those who wish to practice true kindness.
What is honest goodness and crooked goodness?
People nowadays often look upon a conservative and nice person as a good and kind person. However, the ancient sages and saints have shown that they prefer those who are courageous and hold high goals for themselves. Those who appear to be conservative and careful in their everyday actions may be liked by all people, but because of their weak personality, they easily go along with everything, and they are unable to think for themselves. From this, we can see that the viewpoint of common folk greatly differs from that of the sages, whose view is similar to that of the heaven, earth, gods, and spirits. Therefore, those who wish to accumulate merit should practice with a true and humble heart, not for the purpose of pleasing others. Honest goodness comes from the thought to help all others, and crooked goodness arises from the thought of greed in wishing only to please people. Therefore, if you wish to help all people, that is honest goodness. But if it is because of greed you please people, it is crooked goodness.
Father, what is hidden goodness and visible goodness?
When one does something good and people know about it, it is called visible goodness. When one does something good and no one knows about it, it is called hidden virtue. Those with hidden virtues will naturally be known by the heavens and will be rewarded. Those who practice visible goodness are known by people and they enjoy fame. Fame itself is a fortune, but fame is not favored by heaven and earth. For heaven and earth do not like those who seek fame. We can see that those who have great fame but lack the virtues supporting it, they will eventually encounter some kind of unthinkable adversity. A person who truly has not done any wrong but continues to be falsely accused by others will have descendants who will suddenly become very prosperous and very, very successful.
But then, why is there a saying that what seems to be goodness but is actually not?
In the spring-autumn period, there was a country named Lu. Because there were other countries which took their citizens as slaves, the country of Lu made a law which rewarded those who paid the ransom to regain the freedom of their fellow citizens. At that time, Confucius had a student named Zigong who did not accept the reward, although he paid for the ransom to free his people. But when Confucius heard this, he scolded Zigong, saying, "You have acted wrongly in this matter. When saints and sages undertake anything, they strive to improve the social behavior, teaching people to be good and decent. One should not do something just because one feels like it in order to gain vanity fame." On hearing this, Zigong became puzzled and looked at Confucius with a frown. Confucius then explained to him, saying, "In the country of Lu, the poor outnumber the wealthy. By refusing the reward, you lead others to think that accepting the reward money is being greedy. Thus, all the poor people who do not wish to appear greedy will hesitate to pay ransom in the future. Only very rich people will have a chance to practice this deed. If this happens, no one will pay ransom to free our people again." Another student of Confucius, Zilu, once saw a man drowning in the river, and he went forth to rescue him. Later, the man thanked him by giving him a cow as a token of gratitude. Zilu accepted his gift. Confucius was happy when he heard this and said, "In the future, people will be willing and eager to help those who are drowning in deep waters or river." If we look at these two examples from the view of common people, Zigong, who did not accept the reward money, was good, and Zilu, who accepted the cow, was not as good. Who would have known that Confucius praised Zilu instead and scolded Zigong? From this we can see that those who practiced kind deeds must not only look at the present outcome, but should also consider effects of the act in the long run. One should not only consider one's own gain and losses, but should look to see the impact made on the public. What we do right now may be good, but with passing years it may inflict harm upon others. Therefore, what seems like goodness may in fact be the opposite, and what appears to be the opposite of goodness may someday turn out to be goodness done after all.
Father, what is improper goodness and proper goodness?
In the Ming dynasty, there was once a prime minister named Wen Yi Liu, who, when growing old, retired to his hometown, where he was loved and respected by all. Once, a drunken villager proceeded to insult him. Mr. Liu thought that since he was drunk, he would not want to bother about the latter. A year later, the same man committed a grave crime and was sent to jail with the death sentence. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu said with great remorse, "If I had taken him to the authorities for punishment that day when he came to insult me, perhaps this would not have happened. A little discipline then could have prevented the great harm done now and might have saved him from certain death." This is an example of doing something bad while having good intentions. There is also an example of those who did good when they in fact intended otherwise. Once a famine ravaged the land and people stole food from others in broad daylight. A rich family reported their stolen losses from the marketplace to the authorities, but the government did not want to get involved and did nothing to stop the people. Eventually, the people grew more daring and chaos was imminent. So the rich took the law into their own hands and proceeded to catch and punish those who stole from them. In this way, peace returned to the land and the people stole no more from one another. It was with selfish intentions that the rich family acted, but the result of their deeds actually did everyone a great benefit. For we all know that goodness is proper and evil is improper. But remember that there are cases where deeds done out of good intentions result in evil, and deeds done with evil intentions result in good.
Father, what is half goodness and full goodness?
In the I Ching, it is said, when a person does not accumulate kind deeds, he or she will not attain good fortune. When one does not accumulate evil deeds, he or she will not bring about great adversity. If we are diligent in doing kind deeds, it is like collecting things in a container, and with diligence it will soon be full. If we are somewhat lazy in our collecting, then the container will be half filled. This is one explanation of half goodness and full goodness. Once upon a time, there was a poor lady. This lady went to visit a Buddhist temple and wished to make a donation. However, she was so poor that she had only 2 cents, so she gave these to the monk. To her surprise, the temple's abbot himself came forth to help her repent for past offenses and dedicate her merits in front of the Buddha. The lady was very touched by his move. Later on, the same lady was chosen to enter the imperial palace, and she became a concubine to the emperor. Clad in her riches, the lady once again went to the temple to donate, this time bringing thousands of silver pieces to give. To her dismay, the abbot only sent his disciple to help her dedicate her merits. The lady did not understand, and so she questioned the abbot.
Master, in the past, I only gave 2 cents in donation and you helped me repent. Today, I donate in great sum and you will not help me perform my dedication.
Amitabha, the money you gave in the past was scant. It came from a true and sincere heart, and it was necessary for me to repay your sincerity by personally performing your dedications. Today, although your donation is much more, the heart of giving is not quite as true and sincere as before. Thus, it is enough that my disciple performs your dedications for you.
This is an example of how thousands of silver pieces are only considered as half goodness and 2 cents as full. Do you understand? Another example is of Li Zhong, an immortal of the Han dynasty. He was teaching his student Dong Bing Liu the art of transforming iron into gold. They would use this gold to help the poor. Dong Bing asked his teacher, "Will the gold ever change back to iron again?" Li Zhong then answered him saying, "After 500 years it will return to its original form." Dong Bing then shook his head saying, "In this case I don't want to learn this art. It will harm those who possess the gold 500 years from now." Li Zhong then smiled and said, "To become an immortal, one must complete 3,000 virtuous deeds. What you have just said came from a truly kind heart. Your 3,000 deeds are fulfilled." When we perform a kind deed, it is best if we can do it out of our innermost sincerity, not seeking rewards or noting in our minds how much we have done. If we practice thus, then all our good deeds will reach fulfillment and success. If instead we always think of the deeds we have performed, looking for a reward of some kind, then no matter how diligently we practice in an entire lifetime, the deeds will still be considered half goodness. For example, when we donate money to the poor, we can practice what is called pure donation. In this type of giving, we do not linger on the thought of I, who is giving, or dwell on the importance of the object I am giving away, or think of who the receiver is. We are simply giving, and it is out of true sincerity and respect. When we give with pure donation, then 1 dew of rice can bring boundless fortune, and the merit from giving 1 cent can wipe away the transgressions of 1,000 eons. If we always keep in mind the good we have done and expect rewards for our actions, then even a donation of thousands of liang of gold would still be considered half goodness.
In that case, how can we define big goodness and small goodness?
Once there was a high-ranking official named Zhong Da-wei, who was led into the spirit world to be judged for his good and bad deeds.
Don't be alarmed. I have summoned you to the spirit world to let you know about your past good deeds. Can the judge bring out his records of good and evil deeds?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I'm younger than 40 years of age. How could I have attained such a bad record?
When you have a single thought that is improper, it is considered a bad offense there and then. It does not have to be carried out through action to be counted as wrong. For example, when you see a pretty lady and give rise to improper thoughts, that is an offense. Weigh his scroll of good and evil deeds.
Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, his scroll of good deeds is heavier than that of his evil deeds.
Surprise that my scroll of good deeds is heavier than that of my evil deeds. I can't really recall what major good deeds I've done.
Have you really forgotten about it? Once the Emperor planned to build a great stone bridge. You oppose the project due to the hardship it would cause the thousands of people needed for the work. Well, this is a copy of your proposal to the Emperor.
I did make that proposal, but the Emperor dismissed it. How can it bear so much weight against my numerous offenses?
Although the Emperor did not take your suggestion, that one thought of kindness you bore for the tens and thousands of people was very great. If the Emperor had listened to you, then the good performed would be even greater. Take him away.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Therefore, when one is determined to do good for the benefit of all people, then a small deed can reap great merits. If one thinks only about benefiting oneself, then even if many deeds of kindness are performed, the merit would still be small. What is difficult and easy goodness? The knowledgeable scholars of the past used to say, when one wishes to conquer one's greed and desires, one should start with the most difficult to overcome. We should practice like the old teacher Mr. Su of Jiangxi, who gave 2 years' worth of salary to a poor man to pay for the fine to the government. Thus he saved the man and his wife from being torn apart, should the husband be taken to prison. Another example is Mr. Zhang from Hebei, who saw an extremely poor man who had to mortgage his wife and child and had no money for their redemption. If he was unable to pay for their return, the mother and child could both lose their lives. Yet another example is Mr. Jin from Chenqiang, Jiangsu province. He was old and without any sons, so his neighbor offered their young daughter in marriage to him to give him descendants to carry on his lineage. But Mr. Jin could not bear to ruin the otherwise bright and long future of this young girl, and so refused the offer and sent her back home. This is another example of being able to overcome what is most difficult to conquer in oneself. Therefore, the heavens showered down fortune, which was especially good for these 3 old men. It is easier to accumulate merit and virtue for those who have money and power than for those who are poor. But if one refuses to cultivate kindness, even when it is easy and one has the chance to do so, then it would truly be a shame. For those who are poor and without prestige, doing kind things for others is a great difficulty. But if in this difficulty one can still manage to help others, then it is a great virtue, and the merits gained would be boundless. In being a moral person and dealing with affairs, we should help others whenever the opportunity presents itself. You should know that helping others is not such an easy task, and that there are many ways to do it. In short, the ways of helping others can be simplified into 10 important categories.
Father, what are these 10 categories?
Go and get ready the brush and ink before you take them down.
Well, I'm ready, Father.
All right. The first is supporting the practice of kindness. When we see the people trying to do a little kindness, we should assist them in their deeds and help their kindness grow. When we see others who wish to do good but cannot accomplish it on their own, we should lend a hand and help them succeed. This is the way we can cultivate supporting the practice of kindness. The second category is harboring love and respect. We should harbor respect towards those who are more knowledgeable, older, or of higher status than we are. For those who are younger, less fortunate, or of lower status, we should harbor a mind of loving care. The third category is helping others succeed. When we see a person who is considering whether or not to do a good deed, we should persuade him to put all his efforts into doing it. When others meet with difficulties in practicing kindness, we should help think of ways to overcome the difficulty and guide them to success. We must not be jealous at the accomplishments of others, nor try to sabotage their good acts. The fourth category is persuading others to practice kindness. When we meet a person who is doing evil, we should tell him that doing evil will only result in great suffering and painful retribution, and that he must avoid doing evil at all costs. We should tell people who refuse to practice kindness or are only willing to practice a little kindness that doing kind deeds will definitely have its rewards, and that kindness not only has to be cultivated, but must be cultivated constantly and on a large scale. The fifth category is helping those in desperate need. Most people tend to give when there is no need to give, and refuse to give when there is really a need. When we meet people who are in great difficulties, emergencies or dangers, we should lend them a hand and help in whatever way we can to bring them out of their difficult times. The merits accrued from helping others in times of desperate needs are boundless indeed. However, one should not become proud and conceited for doing such deeds. The sixth category is developing public projects for the greater benefit of the people. Projects which will bring great benefit to the public usually have to be performed by those with great influence and power. If a person has this capacity, such as rebuilding the water system or assisting a disaster area, then he ought to do it for the benefit of the general public. The seventh category is giving through donation. People of this world love, seek, and even die for money. Who is actually willing to help others by giving their own money away? When we recognize the difficulty involved in donation, we can come to appreciate the rarity of the man who is willing to give for the purpose of helping others in need. He is an even greater man in the eyes of the poor. The eighth category is protecting the proper teachings. This is referring to the teachings of different religions. We must be able to differentiate between proper religions and deviant religions. Teachings with proper wisdom and views, such as that of Buddhism, which promotes kindness and goodness in society, should be supported. If one happens to see others in the act of destroying such proper teachings, one must put forth a complete effort to protect and uphold these teachings. The ninth category is respecting our elders. Anyone who is deeply learned, knowledgeable, has high prestige, or is older than us is considered to be an elder and should be highly regarded and respected. The 10th category is loving and cherishing all living things. We should feel sympathy for all living creatures, even the tiny ants, which know of suffering and are afraid to die. How can we kill and eat beings and not feel the least sorry? There are countless good deeds which I am unable to mention here one by one. Let it be sufficient for me to say that you will be able to accumulate many merits if you deliberate on the above 10 categories of helping others. Teaching, it was stated, the law of heaven takes from those who are arrogant and benefits those who are humble. The same holds true in the law of earth. The humble shall be replenished just as flowing water filling up lower places on the ground as it passes by to make up the differences. The law of spirits and gods bring harm to those who are arrogant and fortune to those who are humble. Even the laws of men despise the arrogant and love the humble. Therefore, heaven, the earth, the spirits, gods, and people, they all prefer humility over arrogance. The Chinese Book of History has also said, a person's arrogance will bring him harm, and his humbleness will bring him benefit. I often went to take exams accompanied by others, and every time I would meet scholars who were very poor. I noticed that before they succeeded in passing the exams and became prosperous, their faces showed such humility, peace, and harmony that I felt I could almost hold that quality in my hands. Several years ago, I took my imperial exam in Peking. Among the 10 applicants from my village, Qing Yuding was the youngest and extremely humble. I told one of the applicants that this young man would definitely pass the exam this year. He then asked me how I could tell. I said that only those who are humble were qualified to receive fortune. Sure enough, when the test results came out, Qing Yuding passed the exam. Kai Chi-feng from Chikiang, Kuang Yuanzhao, and Jian Shuhia from Shantung only managed to pass their imperial exams after they carried themselves in a humble way, which was an immense change from their proud and arrogant ways in the past when they failed in their exams several times in succession. However, there was a scholar named Wei Yan Chang from Jiangying who was very learned and wrote good essays. He was very well known among many scholars. One year he took his exam, and when the test results were posted, he found that he had not passed the exam. Damn.
Hey, you! The examiner must be blind. I am so talented and am a master in writing poems and essays. How could he have failed me? This is such an injustice! What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at your ignorance. The apparent reason for your failure in exam is that your essay must not be good.
How do you know it's not good when you haven't even read it?
The most important element in writing good essays is peace and harmony. Your angry accusation just now clearly shows that your mind is not at peace and your temperament is violent. How could you possibly write good essays?
What should I do?
Whether you pass or not depends on your fate. If you're destined not to pass, then no matter how good your paper is, you will still fail the exam. You yourself will have to make a few changes.
How can I change it if it's predestined?
Through the power to form your destiny lies in the heavens. The right to recreate it is in yourself. As long as you're willing to do kind deeds and cultivate hidden virtues, there is nothing you ask that you will not receive.
I'm only a poor scholar. What good deeds can I possibly do?
Practicing kind deeds and accumulating hidden virtues all stem from the heart. As long as you constantly harbor the intent to practice kindness and accumulate virtues, your merits are infinite and boundless. Take the virtue of humility, for example. It does not cost anything. Why can't you be humble and reflect on your own essay instead of blaming the examiner for being unfair?
Wei Yan Chang listened to the Taoist monk and from then on suppressed his arrogant ways. He became very mindful of his own actions and tried not to make mistakes. Every day he put forth additional effort to do more good deeds and accumulate more merits. 3 years later, he dreamed one night that he entered a very tall house and saw a booklet that contained all the names of the candidates who passed the exam that year. He saw many blank lines. Unable to understand what it meant, he asked the person next to him, "What is this?" The person replied, "This is the booklet that contains all the names of the candidates who passed the exam this year." Wei Yan asked, "Why does it have so many blank lines?" The person answered, "The spirits of the underworld check on the candidates every 3 years. Only the names of those who practice kind deeds and do not make mistakes are allowed to appear in this booklet. The blank lines used to bear the names of those who are supposed to pass the exam, but due to their recent offenses, their names have been erased. If for the past 3 years you have been very careful and have exerted such self-control that you haven't made any mistakes, then you would be able to fill this blank. I hope you will cherish this opportunity and take care not to make any mistakes." Sure enough, Wei Yan passed the exam that year and placed 105. From the examples given above, we know that spirits and gods are always watching our behavior from above. Therefore, we must immediately do whatever is beneficial to others and avoid doing whatever is violent, dangerous, and harmful to others. These are all things we can decide for ourselves. As long as we harbor good intentions, refrain from evil doings, don't offend the heaven, earth, spirits, and gods, humble ourselves, be tolerant and not arrogant, then the heaven, earth, spirits, and gods will constantly have pity on us. Only then will we have a foundation for our future prosperity. Those who are full of conceit are definitely not destined to be great men. Even if they prosper, they will not be able to enjoy their fortune for long. Intelligent people would definitely not make themselves small and narrow-minded and refuse the fortune they are entitled to. Besides, those who are humble always increase their opportunities to learn. If a person is not humble, who would want to teach him? Also, humble people are always willing to learn the strengths of others. When others perform good deeds, the humble person will learn and follow their examples. In this way, the kind deeds humble people accomplish are boundless. For those who wish to cultivate and improve upon their virtues, they especially cannot do without the virtue of humility. The ancients had an old saying, "Those who have their hearts set on attaining success and fame will surely attain success and fame. Those who have their hearts set on attaining wealth and position will surely attain wealth and position." A person who has great and far-reaching goals is like a tree having roots. A tree with roots will eventually sprout into branches, flowers, and leaves. A person who has set down great and far-reaching goals must humble himself in every thought and try to relieve another's burden, even if the occurrence is as insignificant as a speck of dust. If you can reach this level of humility, you will naturally touch the hearts of heaven and earth. Furthermore, we are the creators of our own prosperity. If we truly want to create it, we certainly will succeed. Look at the candidates who sought for fame and wealth. In the beginning, they did not harbor a sincere heart. It was only a passing notion. When they fancied it, they sought it. When their interest dropped, they stopped. Mencius once told Emperor Xuanqu, "Your Highness has a love for music, but your love for music is only a personal pleasure. If you can expand from the heart which seeks after personal happiness to that of sharing happiness with all your subjects, and make them just as happy as you are, then surely the nation is bound to prosper." I think it is the same for those who are seeking to pass the imperial exams. If a person can expand upon the heart which seeks to pass the exams to that of diligently doing kind deeds and accumulating merits, putting forth his best efforts to improve his character, then both destiny and prosperity are his to create. Tianqi, do you understand now?
Yes, I do, Father.
Liao Fan Yuan did many kind deeds and accumulated merits throughout his lifetime. He had also written 4 short essays to advise his son. These are none other than Liao Fan's 4 lessons, which have become popular in the world. Liao Fan was a great philanthropist who had changed his destiny through active accumulation of merits. He died at the age of 74, an increase of more than 20 years over his life expectancy. The book Liao Fan's 4 Lessons teaches people how to recognize the truth of destiny, understand the standards of goodness and evil, learn the ways of becoming good people, and the effectiveness of charity and being humble. Mr. Liao Fan Yuan also spoke through his personal experiences of changing destiny. This book is enlightening and gives us enormous confidence and courage after we've read it. If we can emulate his examples and put them to practice, our educational and professional careers, as well as family life, will be enhanced. It will also be a matter of time before we reach the stage of becoming a sage.
袁了凡先生本名袁黄，字坤仪，江苏省吴江县人。年轻时入赘到浙江省嘉善县姓舒的人家，因此在嘉善县得到了公费做县里的工读生。他于明穆宗隆庆4年在乡里中了举人，明神宗万历14年考上进士，奉命到河北省保底县做县长。了凡先生行当学生时就非常喜欢研究学问，书不论古今，事不分轻重，他都认真研究，并且非常精通。例如星象、法律、水利、礼数、兵备、政治、堪舆等等。了凡先生家里并不富有，可是却非常喜欢布施，家居生活简朴，每天诵经持咒、参禅打坐、修习止观。不管公司务再忙，早晚定课从不间断，是个不折不扣的大善人。
爹，早。
早，天启。天启，
哎，
你回屋读书去吧。
好，孩儿告退。
吃馒头啊！哎，好嘞，3个馒头，您稍等啊，3个馒头。哎，吃馒头啊，吃馒头，馒头。哎，拿好，2文钱。行了，谢谢。再来啊，吃馒头，吃馒头了啊，热馒头，来来来，来俩馒头。哎，吃馒头。您看看这瓷器。哎，您看看。哎，你来个小萝卜。哎，吃馒头，刚出锅的热馒头，吃馒头。吃馒头嘞！哎，大爷，您来几个馒头吧，刚出锅的，特热乎。
我家人口不多，来6个就够了。
6个，好嘞。哎，6个馒头。哎，6个馒头，好嘞，您稍等。哎，马上就好。哎，6。
您再给来2个烧饼，我小儿子最爱吃了。
哎，来，这个你拿好。哎，再来俩烧饼哈，您稍等。哎。再来俩烧饼，来，大爷给您8文钱，您拿好。哎，谢谢您了，走好，慢走，慢走，大爷，慢走啊。哎，馒头，热馒头，热馒头，热烧饼啊。来吃馒头，吃馒头。吃馒头啊，热馒头！来个字画
哎呀，老人家，您没事吧？是不是病了？怎么腿都软了？
我没病啊，我是肚子饿， 腿脚就软了。
哎呀，你怎么不吃饱饭就出门呢？
就是因为家里的东西都吃光了，我才出来找点吃的。
我这里有些馒头和烧饼，拿去吃吧。拿去吃吧。哎呦，慢慢吃，慢慢吃，别噎着，慢慢吃，慢一点，慢一点。老人家，天气寒了，这些碎银两，拿去买点衣服吧。拿去吧，拿去吧，拿去吧，拿着。
你真是个大善人呐，受我一拜。
哎呀，老人家，千万不要这样，千万别这样。要是人没有怜悯之心，还能算是人吗？别这样，吃吧。
请问恩公尊姓大名？我要让我的子孙永远记住你的恩典呐。
不必了，你自己好好保重身体吧。天启。
爹。
你在做什么？
我希望今年考到前5名，可是我的心很乱，看来一定没望了。
你要耐心啊，年轻人最忌急躁啊。
可不知怎么的，我的心就是静不下来，看来我命中注定不可能名列前茅了。
千万不要这么想，只要你肯努力和尽力行善，一定可以改变自己的命运的。所谓断恶修善，灾消福来，就是改造命运的基本原理呀。
是吗？不过庙里的人都说，人的命运是上天注定的，又怎么可以改变呢？
这是一般人的看法，也难怪你会感到困惑的。好吧，就拿我自己的亲身经历来给你做个例子，这样你就很容易明白了。坐下吧。
哎。
当你爹还是个小孩子的时候，你祖父就不在人世了。你奶奶让我放弃学业，不要去考试求功名，改学医术，因为她认为学医可以养活自己，也可以救济别人，而且医术学得精，他日成为名医，就能够完成你祖父的心愿了。因此，我听从了你奶奶的话，放弃了考试为官的念头，而改学医术。直到有一天，我到了慈云寺。道长好。
这位施主，从你的面相来看，你有做官的命，而且明年就能考中秀才，为什么不读书呢？
啊，是这样的，我见他态度诚恳，就把弃学从医的原因告诉他，而且问起他的身世来。
我姓孔，是云南人，宋朝邵康节先生所精通专讲气数命运的《少子皇吉术正传》，我得到他的真传。照注定的命数来讲，我应该把这个黄吉术传给你。
多谢道长，多谢道长。道长请。因此，我就邀请孔先生回家暂住，而且把一切情形告诉你奶奶。道长，请喝茶。
袁老太，恕我直言，你们袁家5代前人丁兴旺，百子千孙。可惜在47年前的春天遇到一场灾劫，只剩下一脉单传，而袁公子的父亲更是英年早逝。
孔先生，您真是精通命理呀，连几十年前的惨事都能推算得出来。哎呀，真像是活神仙呐！
过奖过奖，贫道不过是遵照黄吉术所记载的法条定论，自然十分灵验了。
哎呀，孔先生既然这么精通命数的道理，那就请他给你也推算推算，看看究竟如何。
孩儿遵命。所以我就相信孔先生的话，开始重新读书，准备考秀才。而孔先生为我起诉算命说，我做童生时，县考应考取第14名， 府考应考取
第71名，
省考应考第9名。到了第2年，3处考试真的都考取了，而录取的成绩都不出孔先生所料，因此我就请孔先生为我推算终生的吉凶祸福。他推算的结果是，说我某年考上了第几名，某年补上了丙生缺，某年做上贡生，然后某年当上了四川省的一个县长，在任3年半后即离职回乡。53岁8月14日丑时，也就是半夜2点钟左右，寿终正寝，而且命中没有儿子。
爹，这推算不是错误吗？如今您已过花甲之年，而且孩儿可是您亲生的。
你听我往下说呀。从此以后，凡碰到考试，名字的前后都不出孔先生所料。他还算定我今生注定需领用91时5斗的丙生米，才能做贡生。但是当我领到71时米的时候，上司即为我成文不供，因此我就怀疑孔先生预言的准确性。没想到结果还是被驳回补供的成文。直到丁卯年，殷秋明总是在考场看见我的备考试卷做得很好，不忍心埋没人才，就吩咐县官替我成文，正式升补我为贡生。这时候计算所领之丙生米粮，恰好正是91时5斗啊！自此以后，我就更加相信，一个人的进退功名浮沉都是命中注定啊，而走运的迟或早也有一定的时候。从此一切都看淡了，不再去追求了。后来我入燕京1年，终日静坐沉思，不说话，也不转动一个念头。直至有一天，我到栖霞山拜访云谷禅师，我的命运就开始转变了。
袁施主，大师，凡是一个人，所以不能成为圣贤，都是因为被杂念和欲望所缠绕。而你静坐了3天3夜，我不曾见你起过一个妄念，这到底是什么缘故呢？
我的命运 都是给孔先生算定了，荣辱生死都已经有了定数。妄想又有什么用呢？
哼，我本来认为你是一个了不起的英雄豪杰，哪里知道原来你也是一个庸庸碌碌的凡夫俗子啊。
大师，这话怎么说呢？
一个平常人不能说没有胡思乱想的那颗意识心，既然有着一刻不停的妄心在，那就要被阴阳气数所束缚了。既然被阴阳气数所束缚，怎么可以说没有数呢？虽然说数一定有，但是只是平常人才会被数所束缚住。要是一个极善的人，数就拘他不住了。因为极善的人，尽管本来他的命里注定要吃苦，但他做了极大的善事，这大善事的力量就可以使他苦变成乐，贫贱短命变成富贵长寿。而极恶的人，术也拘不住他，因为极恶的人尽管他本来命中注定要享福，但是如果做了极大的恶事，这大恶事的力量就可以使福变成祸，富贵长寿变成贫贱短命。你20年来的命被孔先生算定了，不曾把数转动一分一毫，反而数把你给拘住了。一个人被数拘住，那就是凡夫啊。这样看来，你不是凡夫，又是什么呢？
那一个人的命运能逃得过吗？
这命由我自己造，福由我自己求。我造恶就自然折福，我修善就自然得福。从前各种诗书中所说，确实是的的确确、明明白白的好教训。我们佛经里说，一个人要求富贵就得富贵，要求儿女就得儿女，要求长寿就得长寿。只要做善事，命就拘他不住了。因为说谎是佛家的大戒，哪有佛菩萨乱说假话欺骗人呢？
可是孟子曾经说过，求起来能够得到的，那必须是自己心里可以做得到的事情。譬如仁义道德，全是我心里的。我要立志成为一个有仁义道德的人，我自然就成为一个有仁义道德的人，这是可以尽力去求得的。而功名富贵乃是身外之物，别人肯给我才能够得到，别人不肯给，我又怎么可以去求得到呢？
孟子的话并没有错，是你解释错了。六祖慧能禅师曾经说过，一切福田不离方寸，从心而觅，感无不通。也就是说，一个人只要从内心自求，力行仁义道德，自然就能赢得他人的尊敬，而得到身外的功名富贵。为人若不知反躬内省，从心而求，只顾好高骛远，祈求身外的名利，那就算是用尽了心机，也是求不到的。哦，对了， 那位孔先生算定你不应该得到功名，也不应该得到儿子，是吗？
是的。
如果这就是你的命数，那你应该反省你过去的所作所为，会有什么想法呢？
官场中的人啊，都有福相，而我相貌轻薄，又未能积福，加以不耐繁重，度量狭窄，纵情任性，轻言妄谈，自尊自大，这些啊，都是无福之相。唉，又怎么能够得到功名呢？俗话说，地会多生物，水清常无鱼。我好结成癖，形同孤寡之相，是没有儿子的第一个原因。我脾气暴躁，缺乏养育万物的和气，是没有儿子的第二个原因。仁爱是化育之本，刻薄是不育之因。我一向洁身自爱，不能舍己为人，同情别人，是没有儿子的第三个原因。其他还有多话好气，好酒损精，喜欢彻夜长坐，不知养护元气等等，都是我没有儿子的原因呢。
照你这么说，世界上不应该得到的事情还多得很呐，岂仅是功名与子嗣之事啊？世上的人呐，是享用财富呢，或者是应该饿死，是取决于个人的心性所造成的。上天只不过因材施教，因势利导而已，并未加丝毫的力量。就像人体的轻重是决定本身的分量，并非磅秤在厚此薄彼，你明白吗？其实传宗接代的事也是一样的，单凭个人的积善的厚薄，有百世功德的人就有百世子孙可传，有十世功德的人就有十世子孙来护荫。那些绝嗣无后的人，必定是毫无功德的人呐。孔先生推算你当不了大官，也没有儿子，这是你过去生中所造的业，但却是可以改造的。只要你扩充德行，多积阴德，多做善事，则自己所造的福自然会得到好的报应。
从此我就醒悟过来，深信云谷大师的话，而将往日的过失在佛前尽情表白忏悔，并做了一篇文字，先祈求能够得到功名，还发誓要做3000件善事，以报答天地祖宗养育之恩。云谷大师拿了功过簿给我看，叫我照着功过格所定的方法去做。所做的事，不论是善是恶，每天都要记下来。善的记在功过格上面，恶的事情就记在功过格下面。不过做了恶事，还得看恶事的大小，把已经记的功来减除。同时，大师还教我念准提咒。
准提咒：稽首皈依苏续地，头面顶礼7句之。我今称赞大准提， 唯愿慈悲垂加护。画符录的专家说过，不会画符，鬼神笑。因为画符跟念咒有异曲同工之妙啊。在画符的时候，一定要心不动念，到了念头不动，就用笔在纸上点一点，这一点就叫混沌开机啊。从这一点开始，一直到画完整个符，都不起一个妄念，那这道符可就灵验了。来，其实不仅画符不可以夹杂念头，凡是祈告上天或者改变命运，都要从没有妄念上做功夫，这样才能感动上天呐。孟子讲立命的道理的时候说过，短寿和长寿没有分别。乍听之下一定觉得很奇怪，但是他的立论却是十分正确的。试想想，一个人如果能够心处不动欲念的境界，随遇而安，生命自然过得踏实。这样哪里还会有长寿和短寿的分别呢？换句话说，毁誉、贫富、穷通、贵贱，也都只是在心存妄念之后才会有分别。正因为世人心存妄念，不敢面对现实，不能以静心处理顺境，以善心安于逆境，因此生死就变成了严重的两面。一切吉凶祸福、毁誉、是非、穷通、贵贱，也就困扰着世人，弄得心神不安，永无宁日。所以说，一个人如果能够修身养性，去恶向善，安于顺逆现实，不动丝毫非非之念，那么命运自然会变好的。如果还没有达到这个境界，只要时时刻刻持念准提咒，念到滚瓜烂熟，有持如无持，无持似有持，连持咒的念头自己都没有感觉的时候，心无杂念，所求之事自然也就灵验了。请。
从此之后，我就把我起初的号学海改为了凡，因为我明白了立命的道理，不愿意和凡夫一样啊。
哦，原来是这样
啊！在往后的日子里，我常常小心行事，自己也觉得跟以前不同了。即使一个人处于暗室之中，也恐怕会得罪天地鬼神而时加警惕。 碰到有人骂我回我，我也都不予计较，淡然处之。到了第2年参加考试，孔先生算定我得第3名，而我却考取了第1名。孔先生的推算开始失灵了。到了秋天乡试，我竟然考中了举人，这都不是我命中注定的。回想起云谷禅师的话，命运是可以改造的，我就更加相信了。我虽然把过失改了很多，但还是觉得修得很勉强。譬如行善而不彻底，救人而心存疑虑，或者口不择言，或者平时操持守节，而最后则放荡不拘，将功抵过，形同虚度。因此从乙己年听了云谷禅师的教训，发愿要做3000件善事，直到乙卯年，经过了10多年，才把3000件善事做完了。隔年回到故乡，即到佛堂还愿，并再起了求子的心愿，再许下3000件善事的大愿。到了辛己年，也就是1年之后，你就出生了。我每做一件善事，都用笔记下来。你母亲不会写字，每做一件善事，就用鹅毛管在日历上画一个红圈，比如施舍物品、救济穷人、助人急难、放生等等。有时1天里就做了10几件善事啊。我们这样继续行善积德，只有2年时间，3000件善事就完成了。我们立刻再到佛堂还愿，并再求中进士的愿望，并许下了做10000件善事的大愿。经过了3年，我就考取了进士，更当上了宝坻县的知县。从此之后，我就准备了一本有空格的小册子，我把它叫做《治心篇》，而且交代看门的人每天早晨将它放在办公桌上。我每天所做的善恶事，无论大小，都要一一的记录下来。到了晚上，就在庭院里摆了桌子，祈告天地。你母亲见我善事做得不多，就皱着眉头对我说：“我从前在家帮你做善事，所以你所许的3000件善事的心愿能够做完。现在你许了做10000件善事的心愿，那在衙门里没有什么善事可做，那要等到什么时候才能做完呢？”就在当天晚上，我竟然做了一个梦。
袁了凡，
啊！天神大爷，
你为何辗转难眠呢？
回禀天神大爷，在下曾经许下做10000件善事的心愿，可是至今未见成效。
恐怕在我有生之年都不能够完成这桩心愿了。
你这个心愿早就已经完成了呀，难道你不知道吗？你是这地方的县长，你曾经下令减收百姓的粮租，就指这件事情就能够一事抵万事，功德圆满了。
原来保底县的田租很高，每亩田需缴2分3厘7毫的租税。我把田租减至1分4厘6毫，可是我听了天神的话，心里仍然有些怀疑，这件事真的可以抵得上1万件的善事吗？刚好有一位幻鱼禅师从山西的五台山来到宝坻，我就把梦里的事向他请教。他说，只要真诚为善，切实力行，就是1件善事也可以抵得上1万件善事了。何况全县减租，万民受福，当然1善可以抵万善了啊！于是我就捐献薪俸，请禅师回五台山替我预备素菜素饭，请1万个和尚来吃饭，以表示我诚心的还愿回向啊。
爹，那后来又怎么样呢？
孔先生算我的命，到53岁那年应该有灾劫。我虽然没有启天求寿，到了那年也就平安无事的度过了。现在我都已经69岁了。经书上说，天道是不容易相信的，人的命是没有一定的，又说人的命没有一定的，是要靠自己造的。这些话一点都不假呀。所谓人的祸福，其实都是自己求来的，而命运也不是一成不变的，而是可以改造的呀。
爹，那我的命究竟怎么样？
这个并不重要。就算你命中应该荣华富贵，也还是要当作不得意相。就算你碰到了顺当吉利的时候，也还是要当作不称心、不如意去想。就算你眼前有吃有穿，也还是要当作没钱用、没房子住想。就算旁人喜欢你、敬重你，还是要小心谨慎，当作恐惧想。就算你家世代有声名，人人都看重，还是要当作低微想。就算你学问高深，还是要当作粗浅想。如果你有这6种想法，道德自然会增进，福报也就自然会增加了。其实天底下聪明俊秀的人实在不少，然而他们在道德上不肯用功去修，事业上也不能用功去做，就只为了因循2个字，得过且过，所以才误了一生啊。总的来说，云谷禅师所教立命的许多话，实在是 最精、最深、最真、最正的道理呀。希望你要细细的研究，还要尽心尽力的去做，千万不可把大好的光阴虚度。这些你知道吗？
孩儿知道，感谢父亲大人的教诲。
天启啊，人既然不是生下来就是圣人，哪里能没有过失呢？孔子说过，过则勿耽改，所以只要有过失，就不可以害怕改过呀。在春秋时代，有许多高级官吏，仅凭观察一个人的言行举止，就可以推测他的吉凶祸福，而且非常准确。这种事情，史书上都有记载。
哦，那他们用什么方法去判断呢？
一般来说，一个人的吉凶征兆，都是发自于他们的内心，而表现于他们的外表。凡是相貌仁慈忠厚、行事稳重的人，大都能够得到福分。相反的说，只要看到一个人的行为是不善的，就可以预知他的祸患就快来了。所以说，如果一个人要远离灾祸，在没有讲到做善事之前，首先要把自己的过失改掉。
哦，那我们怎么改过呢？
谈到改过，第一要发羞耻心。所谓知耻近恢宏，试想想，古代圣贤跟我们同样是人，为什么他们能够流芳百世，而我们却默默无闻，甚至于身败名裂呢？一个人如果只贪恋声色名利，纵情享乐，背着别人做些见不得人的勾当，自以为他人看不到，而自鸣得意，这样就会渐渐变成衣冠禽兽，而自己却还不知道，世界上再没有比这种行为更可耻了。圣贤孟子也说过，知耻给人的影响太大了，能做到知耻就是圣贤，不知羞耻为何物的人，就和禽兽没有分别了。改过的第二个方法是要发敬畏心。要知道，天地鬼神是欺骗不了的，人就是犯了一点点的过失，天地鬼神也会知道得很清楚。过失重了，就有种种的灾祸降临到我们身上。就算是过失轻的，也要减损我们现在的福报，又怎么能够不害怕呢？所以说，人是不可以不怕鬼神的。所谓举头三尺有神明嘛，一个人就是生活在隐蔽的暗室里，天地鬼神同样一目了然呐。就算你掩盖的过去，也无法掩饰善恶心思所产生的意念呐。意念就好像是一道波滤， 而鬼神恰似无形的导体。这就是鬼神无所不在，人必须有敬畏心的原因呐。人只要一息尚存，滔天大罪大恶的人都有悔改的机会。正所谓放下屠刀，立地成佛呀。就像千年幽谷寒洞，只要一盏灯照来，则去尽千年黑暗一样啊！你坐下听我说。人生无常，肉体易逝。如果等到呼吸停止了，那时候就是灵魂想改过，也是不可能了呀。有的人从此遗臭万年，就算他有孝子贤孙，想替他洗刷罪名，也是洗刷不掉的呀。而且从此沉沦地狱，永受痛苦折磨，就是佛菩萨也不能够救助你，接引你，这样怎么能够不害怕呢？
爹，还有别的方法吗？
有。改过的第3要素就是要有勇猛心。人之所以不能改过，就是因为因循苟且而误了大事。小的过失像尖刺戳在肉里一样，要赶紧挑掉拔掉；大的过失像毒蛇咬到手指一样厉害，要赶紧切掉手指头，不然蛇毒攻心，人就会死亡了。一般人改过，有从事实上改，有从道理上改，又从心念上改，3个阶段，做法不同，所得到的功效也不一样。比如前日杀生，今日戒杀；前日发了火骂人，今日静心反省。这些都是从事实上改的方法。不过这种只是行为上勉强压制，很难达到改过的目的。比较理想的方法应该是从理上去改。比如要改杀生之过，就想上天有好生之德，所有的生物都珍惜生命，我们杀了它，又怎么会安心呢？要知道，健康之道，首先在于本身元气的运化，而不在于食物的稀罕珍贵。就算是山珍海味，吃过了也不一定能够供养身体呀。既然蔬菜素品一样可以果腹充饥，又何必把自己的肚子当成化尸场呢？如果能够这样想，就一定会不忍心下手杀生了。想要改掉暴躁的坏脾气也一样，就像人不可能一模一样，各有所长，也各有所短，没有十全十美的。因此应该互相的体谅迁就啊。就算有人不讲道理，冒犯了我，那错在他，与我有何关系呢？又何必发怒生气呢？总之，杀生、发怒都是有害无益的事。其他还有种种的过失，都可以依此类推。 只要你明白其中的道理，就不会再犯过失了。一般而言，人的过失虽然有好几百种，但归根结底都是从心所起。天启，你来这儿。如果能够心不动念，无私无欲，就不用逐样的检讨名利财色等等的过失了。我们只有一心向善，正气所终，邪念自然会一尘不染，就像太阳当空，鬼魅尽消一样。因为过从心生，所以也应该从心上修改呀，明白吗？
明白。
所以说，改过最上最高的方法就是修心。能够修心，就可以使我们的心立刻清净了。能够修心并明理兼净过，三者具备，当然是最好不过的事了。如果只懂得净过，不明白道理，不知道修心，那就是最笨拙的改过方法。易经有云：积善之家，必有余庆。如果我们想把坏命改为好命，不但要改过自新，还要积善积德，才可以把前世所造成的罪孽消除掉。善事积多了，自然能够把坏命转为好命，并且可以证明它的效验呢。所谓恻隐之心，人皆有之。浙江有个读书人叫杨自成，他在县衙里做书办，为人公正，心地忠厚。有一次，县官处罚一个犯人，打得他血流满面，倒在地上。可是县官还是很生气。
给我打！是冤枉啊！冤枉啊！大人，再给我打！饶命啊！饶命啊！大人冤枉啊！打呀！冤枉啊！大人，大胆的刁民，给我打！再给我打！草民冤枉啊！冤枉啊！大人，打呀！饶命啊！大人饶命
啊！大人，请大人息怒，恳求大人饶恕了他吧。
不行，这个囚犯触犯了法律，又违背了公理，还不肯就范，叫本官怎么能不生气呢？
大人，如今朝廷已经没有是非可言了，政治一片黑暗，贪污腐败，人心涣散已经很久了。审问案情，应该可怜他们不明事理，误导法网。就是问出了案情，都不能够高兴，又怎么可以发怒呢？大人，望您三思啊！
原来杨自成的家境贫穷，却能够廉洁自持，从来不接受别人财物。碰到犯人缺粮时，他都尽力的救济，即使是自己挨饿，也在所不惜。他这种舍己为人的行为，从来就没有改变过。后来他生了2个儿子，都是有名的大臣。 而且后代也都兴旺不衰，官运亨通啊。常言道，上天有好生之德。在明朝英宗年间，福建治安混乱，百姓作贼谋反的很多，于是朝廷就委派布政司谢都师去搜查围剿以后所剩下的土匪余党，抓到就杀。但是谢都师不想滥杀无辜，便暗中先设法取得贼党的名册。凡是没有参加匪党组织的人，就暗中发给他们一面白色的小旗，叫他们在官兵进城时将旗子插在门外，并且还禁止士兵滥杀无辜，因此救了近万人的性命。后来谢都师的子孙有中状元的，当宰相的，中探花的，满门享尽荣华富贵。还有啊，福建莆田县的林家也发生了一个传奇的故事。
来，把这个端出去。哎，大家都别着急啊，别着急，大家都有份儿，来，都有份儿。哎，别急别急啊，大家都有份儿，不要抢。哎，给你一个，来，给你一个。哎，好，拿着啊，来，给。哎，拿好了啊，别掉到地上。哎，拿好了啊，别抢，别抢。哎，拿好，来，给。哎，给你。来，拿好了，再给你2个，来。
林老夫人乐善好施，常常给穷人送赠馒头，天天如是，风雨无间。可是有个其貌不扬的穷道人，却一天索取6、7个馒头，3年来都是这样。而林老夫人却从来没有拒绝，和颜悦色地照送不误。
哎，别抢别抢，大家都有都有。哎，来，
这个您再给我一个。林老夫人，
你是？
我吃了你3年的馒头，无以回报，特地前来告诉你，你家里有一块宝地，风水很好，死后葬在那里，你的后代子孙做官的人数就会有一升芝麻那么多呀。
真的？哎，多谢道长指点。
不必言谢，你诚心诚意的救人，应该得到好报的。
这太好了。
后来林老夫人去世了，她的后人就依照先人的指示把她安葬下去。林家往后的子孙，第1代就有9个人做了大官，可见他好善积德，确实能够福泽后代子孙呢。常言道，心地光明神鬼静。台州有个英大猷尚书，壮年的时候在山中读书，却有这样的奇遇。
小倩，你的机会来了。李家村有个妇人，丈夫出了远门，很久都没有回来。她的公婆以为儿子死了，所以要逼她改嫁。可是她要守节，不肯改嫁呢。
是啊，明天晚上他就会来这儿上吊了。我终于可以找到一个替身了。
恭喜恭喜！今天晚上我就先为你庆祝吧。
不行，我一定要设法去救人。
到了第二天，殷先生为了救人，就立刻卖掉自己的田地，得到了4两银子，还假造一封那个游子的信件，一起寄到那个妇人的家里。游子的父母看了信之后，因为笔迹不同，有点怀疑。可是后来回心一想，一定是儿子很平安，才会把银子寄回来，因为银子可是真的呀。所以他们没有再逼自己的媳妇改嫁了。后来他们的儿子真的回来了，这对夫妻也得到了保全。
那太好了，殷先生不但救了人，而且还挽回一段婚姻，真是难得啊。
后来殷先生又听到那个女鬼说，
我本来已经找到替身了，哪知道又被那个秀才坏了我的事儿。
你为什么不去害他呢？
不行啊，天帝因为知道这个人心地善良有阴德，已经派他去做阴德尚书了，我怎么还能害他呢？
殷先生从此更加的努力，日日行善，积德甚多呀。碰到饥荒的时候，一定捐献粮食救灾；遇到有人有急难，他也会尽力的给予帮助。要是遭逢不如意的事，他也只是逆来顺受，从不怨天尤人。所以直到今天，他的子孙当官的还是比比皆是啊。接下来要跟你说的故事，主人翁也算是我们袁家的远房亲戚。
是吗？他是谁？
他是嘉兴人包平，他的父亲做过池州的太守，生有7个儿子，包平排行最小，入赘平湖县袁姓人家为婿。虽然他博学多才，但是屡次考试都上不了榜。有一天，他到卯湖附近游玩，恰巧碰上了下大雨。
哎，少爷。哦。
这位施主。
法师，在下不忍心见到这观世音菩萨被这雨尘玷污，所以你可否把这10两银子拿来修建庙宇？
这很抱歉，修建庙宇的工程大，银子少不够用，恐怕很难完成您可贵的心愿呐。
少爷，不要再送了，这可是你全部的家当了。
只要观世音菩萨的圣像安好，不被雨淋，我就是赤身露体，又有什么关系呢？法师，这是我的一片真心，望您笑纳。
阿弥陀佛。施主，施舍钱财衣物并不是件难事，最难得的是你那片至诚的心呐。阿弥陀佛。
法师，您不必客气，在下这就告辞了。
寺院修好后，包平拉着他的父亲重游这座佛寺，并且住在寺里。那天晚上，他做了个梦，梦见寺里的护法神跟他说，因为他做了这些功德，所以他的儿子可以世世代代的享受官禄。而他的梦境果然十分的应验，他的儿子包辩和他孙子盛方都中了进士，做到了高官呢。天启，其实做善事也有很多种啊，有真的，有假的，有直的，有曲的，有阴的，有阳的，有是的，有不是的，有偏的，有正的，有一半的，有圆满的，有大的，也有小的，有难的，有易的，都各有各的道理，应该仔细的去辨别，不然为善而不明道理，往往就会产生自认为行善而其实是在作孽的情形，那不就白费苦心了吗？从前在元朝的时候，有几个读书人去拜见天目山的高僧中峰和尚。
师父，佛家讲的是善恶因果报应，一定是好的有好报，做恶的必定会有苦报，绝不会不报的。就像影子跟着身体一样，人到哪里，影子也到哪里，永远不分离。可是为什么现在某一个人是行善的，他的子孙反而不兴旺，而某一个人是作恶的，他家反倒发达了呢？那么佛所说的报应倒是没有凭据的了。
平常的人被世俗的见解所蒙蔽，这颗灵明的心没有洗除干净，因此法眼没有打开，不像菩萨一样能够洞察过去未来，而不受时空的限制，所以把真的善行反认为是恶的，真的恶情反算它是善的，这是常有的事情。自己看错了，还不怪自己颠颠倒倒，怎么反而抱怨天的报应错了呢？
师父，
善就是善，恶就是恶，善恶哪里会弄得相反呢？
啊，你们把你们所知道的善事、恶事都说出来。
师傅，骂人、打人是恶，恭敬人、用礼貌待人是善。
你说的不一定对呀。
还有，贪财、乱要钱是恶，不贪财、清清白白守正道则是善。
你说的也不一定对。
师傅，究竟怎么样才是善的，怎样才是恶的呢？
做对别人有益的事情，而使别人得到益处，哪怕是骂人、打人，这都是善。而与自己有益的事情，那么就是恭敬人、用礼貌待人，这都是恶。所以一个人做的善事，使他人得到益处的，就是恭，恭就是真了。如果只想到自己得到的利益，那就是私，私就是假了，并且从良心上发出的善行是真，只不过是照例做做就算了的是假。还有为善不求报答，不落痕迹，那么所做的善事是真。但是为着某种目的的，企图有所得才去做的善事是假。凡事种种都要自己仔细的考察。
爹，什么是端正之善？什么又是歪曲之善呢？
一般人都认为谨慎随和的好好先生就是善人，可是圣人却认为敢作敢为、粗豪爽直的人才是善人呢。因为谨慎软弱、没有个性的人，虽然人人都说他好，而成为好好先生，却是个随波逐流、没有志气、没有道德精神、没有道义勇气的人。以此类推，可以知道，天地鬼神对于善恶的观念，都和圣人观念相同，而与世俗的眼光却刚好相反。所以说，如果想要积德行善，绝不可只为了顺乎世俗人情，讨好世人，掩人耳目。我们必须要从内心深处潜移默化，一心济世扶危，诚意助人，才是端正的善呢。如果有一丝毫的媚俗之心，或者玩世不恭，那就是虚伪歪曲之善了。
爹，那阳善与阴德又有怎么分辨呢？
凡是一个人做善事被人知道了，就叫做阳善；而做善事别人不知道，就叫做阴德。有阴德的人，上天自然会报酬他的；而有阳善的人，大家都晓得他，称赞他，他便享受世上的美名。而一个人的名誉如果超过了实质，必定会有奇祸。因为天地神明不喜欢爱名的人，所以有名望的人若只是浪得虚名，缺少实际上的功德，那么他所遭遇到的横逆之事也就特别多了。相反的，一个人 没有过失差错，倒被冤枉，无缘无故地被人栽上恶名，而他又能够逆来顺受，那么他的子孙常常会忽然间发达起来。
爹，既然行善，何以又有是善和非善之说呢？
从前春秋时代的鲁国定有一种法律，凡是鲁国人被抓到别的国家去做奴隶，若有人肯出钱把这些人赎回来，就可以向官府领取赏金。孔子的学生子贡赎人却不愿意接受奖金，孔子知道了就骂他说：你错了，君子做事可以移风易俗，行为将成为大众的规范，你怎么可以只为了自己高兴，为了博得虚荣就随意去做呢？子贡听了之后有点疑惑，皱着眉望着孔子。孔子解释说，现在鲁国富有的人少，穷苦的人多，而你创下了恶例，则大家认为赎人接受赏金是丢脸的事情，以后谁还会肯去赎人呢？从此以后，赎人回国的风气将会慢慢消失了的呀。还有一个例子，也是孔子的门生所做过的事情。有一次，子路看见一个人跌倒在水里，就赶快把他救了上来。这个人就送给他一头牛作以答谢。子路接受了。孔子知道了，就很欣慰地说：从此以后，鲁国就会有很多人自动地到深水大河里去救人了。以上两个例子，以一般俗人的眼光，子贡不领赏金是廉洁的好事，子路接受赠牛是不好的行为。但是孔圣人却称赞子路，责备子贡，看法与世俗人完全不同。所以说，要知道一个人做善事，不能只看行为，必须看他产生的弊端。也就是说，不能只看现在，必须看到事情的结果。也不能只论个人的得失，而是需要看到他对大众的影响。若现行是善，而其结果足以害人，则似善而实非善；若现行虽然不善，而其结果却有益于大众，则虽非善而实则是善。
爹，那偏善和正善又有什么分别呢？
从前，吕文义宰相辞官归乡，乡民依然尊敬他如北斗星，看重他如泰山。有一天，一个乡民最后大骂吕公一顿，吕公认为他喝醉了，不去跟他计较。怎么知道过了1年，那个人犯了死罪而入狱？吕公才后悔地说，如果当初稍微跟他计较，送官惩罚，小惩足以为戒，也许今日就不会变成这个样子了。这就是存善心反而做了恶事的一个例子。好，现在我就举一个存恶心而行善的例子吧。有个大富人家碰到了荒年，穷人在大白天到处抢粮，富人就告到县里去，可是县官不受理，穷人因此胆子更大， 愈加的放肆。夫人逼不得已，只好自己私下惩治暴徒，乡里才为之平静，而免除了一场大乱。所以说，人人皆知善是正，恶是偏，但是如果存善心而反做了恶事，则是正中之偏；如果存恶心而反做了善事，则是偏中之正。这种道理大家都应该知道啊。
爹，那半善和满善又怎么分晓呢？
易经上说，一个人不积善，不会成就好的名誉；不积恶，则不会有杀身的大祸。就像把东西存进容器一样，勤而积之则满，懈怠不积则不满。从前有一位女子，这位女子常常到庙里烧香，可是她的家境清贫，只好把仅有的2文钱捐献出去。而庙里的住持高僧却亲自为他诵经祈福。这位女子十分的感动。后来，这位女子进了皇宫，做了妃子，就带了许多钱财来庙里布施。住持和尚收了银子，却只吩咐小和尚为他诵经。贵妃大感惊愕，连忙向住持追问：“
师父，以前我只捐献2文钱，您就为我亲自祈福。如今我捐献了1000斤重礼，何以你却只让你的小徒弟代劳呢？”
阿弥陀佛，以前你布施的虽少，出自真诚，非老僧亲自诵经，不足以报答。今日你布施的虽多，但是心意却不如以前真诚，因此只要有人代劳就行了。阿弥陀佛。
这个故事就是讲1000斤是半善，2文是满善的道理，明白了？
嗯。
还有以前钟离修炼成仙后，要传授吕洞宾点铁成金之术，以利行善济世。吕祖就问了：这种金会还原吗？钟离就回答说：500年后仍旧要变回原来的铁。吕祖摇摇头说：这样不就害了500年后的人吗？这种法术我不想学了。钟离望了望吕洞宾，就笑着说：修学仙道要先积满3000功德，就凭你这句话，3000功德已算圆满达成，可以学仙了。所以说，为善必须发乎真诚自然，事后不要记在心里。虽则是小善， 都能够成功圆满。如果怀有企图行善、施恩忘报，就算是终生行善，也只能是半晌。譬如以钱财救济别人，第一，要里头不看见布施的我，不可认为自己肯把东西布施给别人就算了不起。第二，要外边不看见受布施的人，不可以把受我布施的人认为是得了我的恩惠。第三，要中间不见布施的钱财。这三种都要看空，才叫三轮体空啊。一心清净，不着一点痕迹，这样就算是一文钱，也足以消千仞之罪。斗米也能种下无边无涯的福了。所以说，如果施人而心不忘，施恩而忘报，舍财而心痛，这样就算是布施万两的黄金，也只是半善呢。
爹，那大善和小善又怎么去区分呢？
从前有个人叫做魏忠达，他在翰林院里做官，有一次被鬼族把他的魂魄引到阴间去了。
魏忠达，不用惊慌，本王此次召你前来地府，只是要你知道过去的德行罢了。判官，把他的善恶簿全都拿出来。
是，阎王。阎王爷，在下才30多岁，哪来如此多的恶路呢？
只要一个念头不正，就是罪恶，不必等到你去犯。譬如看见女色动了坏念头，就是犯过。判官，你把他的善恶簿称一称。
是，阎王。
启禀阎王，他的善禄簿比恶禄簿重。
奇怪，我的善禄怎么会比恶禄重呢？我到底做了什么大善事啊？都记不起来了。
你真的忘了？杨坚皇帝有一次要兴建大工程，修福州3山地方的石桥，你上书劝皇帝不要修，免得劳民伤财。这就是你上书的奏章文稿嘛。
可是后来朝廷都没有采纳，这份书表怎么会有这么大的力量呢？
因为你的一念之善普达万民之身，如果被采纳，则善的力量就更大了。把他带走。
由此可知，志在天下，善达万民，则善虽小而功德大；若志在一身，善及一人，则善虽多而功德小。说到行善的难易，就像修身克己一样，必须从很难的地方先克服，这样小的过失也就自然不会犯了，明白吗？譬如 江西的书翁，以2年教书所得的酬劳代缴他人的罚款，使人夫妇团圆。河南的张老先生以10年省吃俭用的储蓄代别人偿还债务，而救活他人的妻女。镇江的晋翁虽是年老无子，也不忍娶幼女为妻。他们所做的事，都是别人所难做的呀。忍别人所难忍的善事，所以上天赐给他们的福，也一定会特别的厚啊。总的来说，凡是有才有势的人，要立些功德，会比平常人来得容易。但容易做却不肯做，这就叫做自暴自弃了。而没钱没势的穷人，要做些福都会有很大的困难，而难做到的却能做到，这才是可贵的呀。我们为人处事，应该遇到机缘就去做救济众人的事。不过救济众人也不是件容易的事情，救济众人种类很多。重要的项目大概有10种吧。
爹，是哪10种呢？
你去准备好笔墨，把它们记下来。
爹，孩儿已经准备好了。
好。第1是与人为善，就是看到别人有一点善心，我就去帮助他，使他的善心增长。别人做善事力量不够，做不成功，我就去帮他，使他成功。这就叫做与人为善。第2是爱敬存心，就是对比我学问好、年纪大、辈分高的人，都应该存心敬重。对那些年纪比我小、辈分比我低、境况穷困的人，都应该心存爱护啊。第3是成人之美，譬如一个人要做件好事，尚未决定，则应该劝他尽心尽力地去做。别人做好事遇到了阻碍，不能成功，我们应该设法指引他，劝导他，使他成功，而不可以因为心存嫉妒而破坏他。第4是劝人为善，碰到作恶的人，要劝他作恶必有苦报，恶事万万做不得啊。碰到不肯为善或那些只肯做些小善事的人，就要劝他行善绝对有好报，善事不但要做，而且还要做得多，做得大。第5是救人危急，一般人多喜欢锦上添花，而缺乏雪中送炭的精神。而每当遇到他人最危险、最困难、最紧急的关头，能及时地伸出援手，帮助他人解决困难危急，可以说是 功德无量啊。第六是兴建大利。有大利益的事情，自然要有大力量的人才能够做得到。一个人既然有大力量，自然应该做些大利益的事情，以利益大众。例如修筑水利系统，救济大灾害等等等等。第七是舍财作福。俗语说，人为财死，世人的心总爱钱财，求财都来不及了，还愿意去舍财救济别人吗？因此能舍财去消除别人的灾难，解决他人的危急，对一个常人来说已不简单，对穷人来说则更加的了不起呀。第八是护持正法。宗教有正有邪，法也有正有邪。具有正知正见的佛法是最容易教导人心，挽回善良风俗的。如果有人破坏，一定要尽全力保护维持，不可以让它被破坏掉。第九是敬重尊长。凡学问深、见识好、职位高、辈分大、年纪老的人，都称为尊长，自己都应该要敬重，不可以看轻他们呢。第十是爱惜物命。凡是有生命的东西，虽然像蚂蚁那么小，也是有知觉的，晓得痛苦，并且贪生怕死。我们应该哀怜他们才是啊！怎么可以乱杀乱吃呢？善事无穷无尽，哪能说得完呢？只要你把我所说的话细心的推敲，那么无数的功德都可以做得到啊。易经上说，天的道理对于骄傲自满的，就要使他亏损，而谦虚的要让他得到益处。地的道理也是一样，高处的山水总是往下流，以填补低陷的地方。鬼神对于骄傲自满的，总要折损他，而庇护谦虚的人，人的心也是一样。骄傲自满者，必为人所憎恨。只有谦虚的人，才会受人敬重。由此可见，天、地、鬼、神、人，都是看重谦虚的一边呐。书经上也讲，满招损，谦受益。我看过很多清贫的读书人，快要发达考中的时候，脸上一定有一片谦和而且安详的光彩发出来的。记得在新未年，我跟10多个同乡一起上京复考，其中以丁敬宇的年纪最小，而且也最谦虚。 我就告诉朋友们说，丁靖宇一定会考中。朋友就问我原因，我就回答说，只有谦虚的人才会承受福报。到了放榜的时候，他果然考中了。还有浙江的冯开之，山东赵光远以及夏建所等人，都在一连多次的考试不中之后，大改以前骄傲自负的坏脾气，而变成了谦谦君子，然后才考中的。不过，有位来自江阴的考生张卫言，虽然博学多才，文章做得很好，而且颇有盛名，但是在甲午年参加考试的时候，竟然名落孙山了。
你，哼！
这个考官真是有眼无珠，我的文才这么高深，诗词歌赋无所不精，我怎么可能落选呢？
真是太没天理了！
你笑什么？
我笑你不明事理。这一次没有考中，当然是你的文章写得不好嘛。
你没看过我的文章，怎么会知道不好呢？
写文章必须心平气和。现在看你破口大骂的样子，又怎么能写出好的文章呢？
道长，那我该怎么办呢？
考中功名全靠命运，命不该中，文章虽好也没有用。你必须先改变自己。
既然是命，我又怎么去改变呢？
造命在天，立命在人。只要你尽力去做善事，多积阴德，什么福报都可以求得的。
可我是个穷书生，又能做得了什么善事呢？
做善事积阴德，都是从心做出来的。只要常常存心为善，功德就会无量无边了。就像谦虚这件事，又不花钱，你为什么不自我反省一下？自己功夫太浅，不能谦虚，反而骂考官不公平啊！
从此之后，张卫言就压低自己一向骄傲的志向，很留意地把持自己，不要再走错路，天天加功夫去修缮，天天加功夫去积德。到了丁酉年某一天，他做了一个梦，梦见他自己走到一座高楼，看到一本开榜的名录，但是榜上却有许多擦掉的空格。于是他就好奇地问身边的人，这是什么名册呀？那人回答他说，是今年科举录取的名册。张言又问，为什么名册内有那么多空格呢？那个人就说，阴间3年就查证一次，一定要积德和没有过失，才能够榜上留名啊。在空白处被擦掉的人，都是本来榜上有名的，因为他们做了刻薄的恶行而被擦掉的。如果你3年来能够谨慎的修身，就能补上空缺。希望你珍重自爱。 不要再犯错事了。张魏延果然在那一年考取第105名。俗语说，举头3尺有神明，为人莫做亏心事。这句话是很有道理的呀。人生在世，吉凶祸福如何趋避，确实只系于一念。因此，利人吉祥的事情都应赶快去做，凶阴损人的事情应该避免不要去做。这是可以由一个人自己去决定的。只要你存好心，约束一切不善的行为，丝毫不得罪天地鬼神，而且要虚心，自己肯迁就，不骄傲，使天地鬼神时时哀怜你，才可以有受福的根基呀。那些满怀傲气的人，一定没有远大的气量，就算是能够发达，也不会长久地享受福报啊。稍有见识的人，一定不肯把自己的度量弄得很狭窄，而自己拒绝可以得到的福报啊。况且谦虚的人，旁人还肯教导他，他还有地方可以受到教导。试想想看，一个骄傲的人，谁肯去教导他呢？而且谦虚的人都肯学习旁人的好处，旁人有善的行动，他就去学，那么得到的善行就没有穷尽了。这些都是努力尽德修业的人所不可缺少的呀。古人有句老话说，有心要求功名的，一定可以得到功名；有心要求富贵的，一定可以得到富贵。一个人有远大的志向，就像树有根一样，树有根就可以长出枝花叶来。人要立定了这种伟大的志向，必须在每一个念头上都要谦虚，即使碰到像灰尘一样极小的事情，也要使别人方便。能够做到这一点，自然会感动天地，而造福全在于自己。自己真心要造，就一定可以造成。像现在那些求取功名的人，当初哪有什么真心，不过是一时的兴致罢了。兴致来了就去求，兴致退了就停止。孟子对齐宣王说，大王喜好音乐，如果到了极点，那么齐国的国运大概可以兴旺了。但是大王喜好音乐，只是个人追求快乐罢了。如果能把个人追求快乐的心推广到与民同乐，那么使百姓都快乐，那么齐国还有不兴旺的吗？依我看，要求取功名也是一样的。你要把求取功名的心落实到积德行善上，而且要尽心尽力的去做，持之以恒，那么命运与福报就能够由你自己来决定了。天齐，你明白了吗？
明白了，爹。
袁了凡先生一生行善积德，还写上4篇短文来训诫他的儿子，名为《诫子文》，也就是后来广行于世的《了凡四训》。了凡先生是个大善人，因为积极修福积德而改变了命运，增寿20余年，享年74。《了凡四训》这本书叫人认清命运的真相，明白善恶的标准，改过迁善的方法，以及行善积德、谦虚种种的效验。袁了凡并以自己改造命运的经验现身说法，读了使人心目豁开，信心勇气倍增。效法了凡立命精神之决心更加坚定，进而身体力行，断恶修善，由是而个人学业、事业、家庭都能圆满，成圣成贤，亦是指日可待。
袁了凡先生本名袁王，字坤義，江蘇省吳江縣人。年輕嘅時候呢，入贅到浙江省嘉善縣姓樹嘅人家。 因此佢就加善院得到公費，成為院裏面嘅工讀生。在明穆宗隆慶4年，佢考中咗舉人。在明神宗萬曆14年考上進士，奉命到河北省保底縣做縣長。了凡先生在學生嘅時代就非常喜歡研究學問嘅，書不論古今，事不分輕重，佢都認真嘅研究，並且非常精通。例如星象、法律、水利、理數、兵備、政治、堪輿等等。了凡先生屋企並唔係好富有，但係佢非常之喜歡布施。佢家居生活簡樸，每日誦經、持咒、參禪、打坐、收集止觀。無論公務或者私務再忙，早晚嘅訂課從來不間斷，係一個不折不扣嘅大善人。
爹，早晨。早晨，天啟。天啟，你翻入去讀書吧啦。
哦，孩兒告退。
饅頭啊，啱啱出爐嘅饅頭啊，嚟啊饅頭啊，好，3個饅頭啊，等啊，饅頭啊，拎好啊，2文錢啊，嚟，你食饅頭啊，你買啊，嚟啊，嚟啊，出手好靚啊，嚟啊，買饅頭啊，饅頭啊！啱啱出爐嘅饅頭啊，食饅頭啊！嚟啊，大爺嚟幾個饅頭啦吓，啱出爐㗎咋？
我屋企人口唔多，俾我6個就。
6個係嘛？得，等陣吓。饅頭啊，6個饅頭，6個饅頭，馬上就好。
再俾我2個燒餅。
2個燒餅。
我仔最中意食燒餅㗎啦。
哦，燒餅。哦，你拎住先啊，係，聽穩啦，大爺，你拎好啊，8文錢啊，唔該啊，慢慢行下，饅頭饅頭啱出爐嘅饅頭饅頭快啲嚟買饅頭啊，好靚嘅饅頭啊，今日特別靚啊，化咗啦。
老人家，你冇事啊嘛？你係咪病咗啊？點解成身都冇力嘅？
我冇病，我個肚好餓，餓到成身都冇晒力。
哎呀，點解你唔食飽飯先出門啊？
我屋企入邊 可以食嘅嘢都食晒咗，所以淨出嚟揾嘢食。
我啱啱買咗啲饅頭同埋燒餅，你攞去食啦，攞去食啦。慢慢食，慢慢食啊，唔好啃親啊，唔好啃親啊吓，慢慢食啦，老人家，天氣轉涼啦，呢啲碎銀，你攞去買啲衫着啦，攞住，攞住啦，攞住。攞好啊！
你真係個大善人，受我一拜。
老人家，千祈唔好咁樣，千祈唔好咁樣。如果人冇咗憐憫之心嘅，仲算得係人呢？唔好咁啦，食啦。快啲食啦！
請問恩公你貴姓大名？我要我嘅子孫永遠都記住你嘅恩典
唔使啦，唔使啦，你自己好好保重身體吧啦，天啟，
爹，
你喺度做乜嘢啊？
我希望今年可以考到前5名嘅，但係我心好亂，睇嚟我係冇希望噶啦。
你要放啲耐心，年青人最忌嘅就係急躁啦。
爹啊，唔知點解我嘅心冇法子靜落嚟，睇嚟我係命中注定，冇可能名列前茅。
你千祈唔好咁諗啊！只要你肯努力同盡力去行善，一定可以改變自己嘅命運。所謂斷惡修善，再消福來，呢啲都係改造命運嘅基本原理。
係咩？不過廟裏邊嘅人都話，人嘅命運係上天注定嘅，又點可以改變呢？
呢個係一般人嘅睇法，亦都好難怪你會感到困惑嘅。好啦，就攞我自己嘅親身經歷嚟俾你做個例子，咁樣你就會容易明白噶啦。你坐低啦。
哦。
當你阿爹好細個嘅時候，你爺爺就已經離開咗人世。你嫲嫲 要我放棄學業，唔好去考試求功名，而改學醫術，因為佢認為學醫可以養活自己，亦可以救濟他人，而且醫術學得精，將來成為名醫，就能夠完成你爺爺未了嘅心願。所以我就聽從你嫲嫲嘅說話，放棄咗考試為官嘅念頭，而改學醫術。直至有一日，我去到慈雲寺。道長你好，
呢位施主，從你嘅面相嚟睇，你有做官嘅命，而且明年就會考中秀才，點解你唔讀書呢？
係咁嘅。我見佢態度誠懇，就將棄學從醫嘅原因話俾佢聽，而且仲問起佢嘅身世添。
我姓孔，係雲南人，宋朝邵康節先生所精通嘅專講氣數命運嘅《少子黃極數正傳》。我得到佢嘅真傳，照注定嘅命數嚟講，我應該將呢個黃極數傳俾你嘅。
多謝道長，多謝道長。道長，請。因此，我就邀請孔先生返屋企暫住，並且將一切嘅情形講俾你嫲嫲聽。道長，請飲茶。
袁老太，恕我直言，你哋袁家在5代前人丁興旺，百子千孫。可惜在47年前嘅春天，遇到咗一場災劫，只剩翻一脈單傳。而袁公子嘅父親更係英年早逝添。
洪先生，你真係精通命理，連幾十年前嘅慘事都推算得出嚟。哎呀，你真係一個生神仙。
過獎過獎，貧道只不過係遵照黃極數所記載嘅法條定論推算，自然係十分靈驗啦。
既然孔先生咁精通命數嘅道理，咁我就請佢同你推算一下，睇下究竟係點樣嘅。
孩兒遵命。所以我就相信孔先生嘅說話，開始重新讀書，準備考秀才。而孔先生為我起數算命，話我做童生嘅時候，元考應該考第14名，府考會考第71名，而省考會考第9名。 到咗第2年，3處嘅考試都俾我考中咗，而錄取嘅成績都不出孔先生所預料，因此我就請孔先生為我推算終生嘅吉凶禍福。佢推算嘅結果係話我某年會考上第幾名，某年補上廩生拳，某年做上貢生，然後某年會出任四川省嘅一個縣長，在任3年半之後就離職回鄉。53歲8月14日丑時，亦即係半夜2點鐘左右，壽終正寢，而且命中並冇後代。
爹啊，咁呢個推算咪錯誤咗咯？如今你已經過咗花甲之年，而且孩兒仲係你親生嘅。
你聽我講埋落去先。從此之後，凡係遇到考試，名次嘅先後都不出孔先生所料，而且佢仲算定我今生係注定領用91石5斗嘅廩生米，至可以做貢生嘅。但係當我領到71石米嘅時候，上司就為我呈文補貢，因此我就懷疑孔先生預言嘅準確性，估唔到結果都仲係被駁回補貢嘅敕文。唉，一直到丁卯年，殷秋明中師喺考場睇見我嘅備考試卷作得好好，佢唔忍心埋沒人才，就吩咐員官睇我呈文，正式升補我為貢生。呢個時候計算下我所領嘅廩生米糧，啱啱好係91石5斗。從此之後，我就更加相信一個人嘅進退功名浮沉都係命中注定嘅，而幸運嘅遲或早亦都有一定嘅時候。之後我一切都睇淡啦，唔再去追求。後來我入京城1年，日日都靜坐沉思，唔講說話，亦唔轉動一個念頭。直至有一日，我到棲霞山拜訪雲谷禪師，我嘅命運就開始改變啦。
袁施主，
大師，
凡係一個人之所以唔能夠成為聖賢，都係因為被雜念同慾望所纏繞。而你靜坐咗3日3夜，我未曾見你起過一個妄念，呢個到底係咩緣故呢？
我嘅命運都被孔先生算定咗。榮辱生死都已經有咗定數，妄想又有咩用呢？
我本來 認為你係一個了不起嘅英雄豪傑，點不知原來你亦只係一個庸庸碌碌嘅凡夫俗子嚟。
大師，呢句說話係咩意思？
一個平常人好難話冇胡思亂想嘅一顆意識心。既然有咁嘅一顆一刻不停嘅妄心存在，咁就要被陰陽氣數所束縛啦。既然被陰陽氣數所束縛，又點可以話冇數呢？雖然話數一定係有，但係只有普通嘅人只會被數所束縛住。如果一個極善嘅人，數就驅唔住佢啦。因為極善嘅人，就算本來佢命中注定要受苦受難，但係佢做咗極大嘅善事，呢個大善事嘅力量就可以令佢苦變成樂，貧賤短命變成富貴長壽。而極惡嘅人，數亦驅唔住佢，因為極惡嘅人，就算佢本來命中注定要享福，但係如果做咗極大嘅惡事，呢個大惡事嘅力量就可以令福變成禍，富貴長壽變成咗貧賤短命。你20年來嘅命都被孔先生算定咗，未曾將數轉動一分一毫，反而俾數將你驅住咗。一個人會被數驅住，佢就係凡夫啦。咁樣睇嚟，你唔係凡夫，咁又係乜嘢呢？
咁一個人嘅命運是否可以逃得過呢？
命由我自己做，福由我自己求。我做惡就自然折福，我修善就自然得福。以前各種詩書中所講嘅，實在係的的確確、明明白白嘅好教訓。佛經裏邊曾經有講，一個人要求富貴就得富貴，要求兒女就得兒女，要求長壽就得長壽。只要做善事，命就冇辦法約束住佢啦。講大話呃人係佛家嘅大戒，邊有佛菩薩亂講假話欺騙人呢？
但係孟子曾經講過，求起嚟可以得到嘅，就必須係自己心裏邊可以做得到嘅事情。譬如話仁義道德，呢啲都係我心裏邊嘅。我要立志成為一個有仁義道德嘅人，我自然就成為一個有仁義道德嘅人。呢個係可以盡力去求得到嘅。而功名富貴乃係身外之物，人哋肯俾我只可以得到；人哋唔肯俾，我又點樣可以求得到呢？
孟子嘅說話並冇講錯，係你解釋錯咗。六祖慧能禪師曾經講過：一切福田不離方寸，從心而覓，感無不通。亦即係話，一個人只有由內心自求，力行仁義道德，佢自然就可以得到他人嘅尊敬，而得到身外嘅功名富貴。假如一個人不知反躬來省，從心而求，只曉得好高騖遠，祈求身外嘅名利，咁就算佢用盡心機，都係求唔到嘅。係啦，各位孔先生，宣定你唔應該得到功名，亦唔應該得到兒子，係嘛？
係。
假如呢個就係你個命數， 咁你就應該反省你過去嘅所作所為，睇下有咩諗法。
官場中嘅人都有福相，而我相貌輕薄，又未曾積過福，再加上不耐煩躁，度量狹窄，縱情任性，輕言妄談，自尊自大，呢啲都係無福之相。我又點能夠得到功名呢？俗語話：地位多生物，水清常無魚。我好結成癖，認同孤寡之相，呢個係冇兒子嘅第一個原因。我脾氣暴躁，缺乏養育萬物嘅和氣，呢個係冇兒子嘅第二個原因。仁愛係化育之本，刻薄係不育之因。我一向潔身自愛，唔能夠捨己為人，同情他人，呢個係冇兒子嘅第三個原因。其他嘅仲有多說話好氣，好飲酒選政，喜歡徹夜長坐，唔識得養護元氣等等，呢啲全部都係我冇兒子嘅原因。
照你咁講，世間上唔應該得到嘅嘢仲有好多添啊！又點只係功名同埋兒子呢？世間上嘅人係嚟享用財富嘅，抑或係應該餓死？呢啲都係由各人嘅心性所造成嘅。上天只不過係因材施教，因勢利導，並冇加上絲毫嘅力量，就好似人體嘅輕重決定本身嘅分量一樣，並唔係用磅秤嚟決定厚同薄。你明唔明啊？其實傳宗接代嘅事亦都係一樣，都係憑各人積善嘅厚薄。有百世功德嘅人就可以傳百世嘅子孫，有十世功德嘅人就有十世子孫嚟回蔭。嗰啲絕嗣冇後嘅人就必定係嗰啲完全冇功德嘅人啊！孔先生推算你做唔到大官，唔會有兒子，呢啲都係你前世所做嘅業，都係可以改造嘅。只要你擴充德行，積多啲陰德，做多啲善事，咁你以後所做嘅福，自然就會得到好嘅報應啦。
從此之後，我就醒悟咗啦。我深信雲谷大師嘅說話，將從前嘅過失嚟到佛前盡情表白懺悔，並且作咗一篇文字，先係祈求能夠得到功名，仲發誓要做3000件善事，以報答天地祖宗養育之恩。雲谷大師攞本功過簿俾我睇，佢叫我照住功過格所定嘅方法去做，所做嘅事情唔理係善或者係惡，每日都要記落嚟。善事記喺功過格上邊，惡事呢就記喺功過格下邊。不過做咗惡事，仲要睇下惡事嘅輕重，將已經記落嚟嘅功嚟抵消。同時，大師仲教我念準提咒。
準提咒，稽首歸依蘇悉地，
稽首歸依蘇悉地，
頭面頂禮七俱胝，
頭面頂禮七俱胝。
我今稱讚大準提，
我今稱讚大準提，
為願慈悲垂加護，
為願慈悲垂加護。
畫符錄嘅專家話過，不會畫符鬼神笑。 因為畫符同念咒有異曲同工之妙。喺畫符嘅時候，一定要心不動念；到念頭不動嘅時候，就用筆喺紙上邊點一點，呢一點就叫做混沌開機啦。由呢一點開始，直至到畫完整道符，都唔起一個妄念，咁呢道符呢，就靈驗啦。嚟。其實唔單止畫符唔可以有雜念，凡係禱告上天或者係要改變命運，都要落功夫去消除妄念，咁樣只能夠感動上天。孟子講立命嘅道理嘅時候，亦話過短壽同長壽冇咩分別，聽起嚟似乎有啲奇怪。不過佢嘅立論卻非常之正確。先諗下，一個人嘅心如果能夠處在不動欲念嘅境界，隨遇而安，生命就自然過得踏實啦。咁樣又邊度仲會有長壽同短壽嘅分別呢？換句話講，毀譽、貧富、窮通、貴賤，亦只有喺心存妄念之後，至會有分別。正因為世間人心存妄念，唔敢面對現實，唔能夠以靜心嚟處理順境，以善心嚟安於逆境，所以生死就變成嚴重嘅兩面啦。一切吉凶禍福、毀譽、是非、窮通、貴賤，亦就困擾住世間人，令到世人心神不安，永無寧日。所以話，一個人如果能夠修身養性，去惡向善，安於順逆現實，不動絲毫非非之念，咁命運就自然會變好啦。如果仲未達到呢個境界，就要你時時刻刻持念準提咒，念到滾瓜爛熟，有詞與無詞，無詞似有詞，連持咒嘅念頭自己都感覺唔出嚟嘅時候，心無雜念，咁所求嘅事自然就會靈驗啦。
從此之後，我就將我起初學害呢個號改為了凡，因為我明白咗立命嘅道理，唔願意再同凡夫一樣。
哦，原來係咁嘅。
喺往後嘅日子裏邊，我經常小心行事，自己都覺得同以前唔同咗。就算我一個人處喺暗室裏邊，亦恐怕會得罪天地鬼神，而時常警惕自己。如果有人鬧我、毀我，我亦都會坦然處之，唔同佢計較。到咗第2年，又參加考試，洪先生算定我會考到第3名，而我就考取咗第1名。 孔先生嘅推算開始唔靈啦。到咗秋天鄉試，我竟然考中咗舉人，呢啲都唔係我命中注定。諗翻起雲谷禪師嘅說話，命運係可以改造嘅，我就更加相信啦。我雖然將過失改咗好多，但係仲係覺得修行得好勉強。譬如話行善唔夠徹底，救人時猶豫不決，或者口不擇言，又或者平時操持守節，而醉酒之後就放蕩不羈，將功抵過，形同虛度。所以自從幾字年聽咗雲谷禪師嘅教訓之後，發願要做3000件善事，直到己卯年，經過咗10幾年，先至將3000件善事做完。第2年返到鄉下，就去佛堂還願，並且起咗求子嘅心願，於是再許下3000善事嘅大願。到咗新幾年，亦即係1年之後，你就出世啦。我每做一件善事，都用筆記落嚟。你娘親唔識寫字，每做一件善事，佢就用鵝毛管喺日曆上邊畫一個紅圈。譬如話施捨物品、救濟窮人、助人急難同放生等等。有陣時一日就做咗10幾件善事。我哋咁樣繼續行善積德，只用咗2年時間，3000件善事就完成咗啦。我哋立刻再去佛堂還願，並且再求中準時嘅願望，同時許下做1萬件善事嘅大願。經過咗3年，我真係考取咗進士，仲做咗保底員嘅志願。從此之後，我準備咗一本有空格嘅小冊子，我叫佢做志心篇，並且交代看門嘅人每日一早將佢放喺辦公台上。我每日所做嘅善事惡事，無論大細，都要清楚咁記錄落嚟。到咗夜晚嘅時候，就喺花園度擺張台，祈告天地。你娘親見我所做嘅善事唔多，就皺住眉頭同我講：我以前喺屋企幫你做善事，所以你許落嘅3000件善事嘅心願可以完成。但係而家你許落做1萬件善事嘅心願，喺衙門度又冇乜善事可以做，你話要等到幾時先至可以做完呢？就係當日晚上，我竟然發咗一個夢。
袁了凡，
天神大爺，
點解近來你輾轉難眠啊？
回稟天神大爺，在下曾經許下做1萬件善事嘅心願，但係到今日都未曾見到成績，恐怕喺我有生之年都好難完成呢個心願噶啦。
你呢個心願早就已經完成咗啦，唔通你唔知道咩？你係呢個地方嘅園長，
你曾經下令減收百姓嘅糧租，淨係呢一件事情就可以抵得上10000件善事，功德圓滿啦。
原來寶底園嘅田租好高，每畝田要繳2分3厘7毫嘅稅租。我將田租減低到1分4厘6毫。不過我聽咗天神嘅說話之後，心入邊仲係有啲懷疑，呢件事真係可以抵得上10000件善事咩？咁啱有一位還遇禪師由山西省嘅五台山嚟保底，我就將呢個夢向佢請教。佢話只要真誠為善，切實力行，即使係一件善事，亦可以抵得上10000件善事。更何況全員減租，萬民受福，當然係一善可以抵萬善啦。於是乎，我就將俸祿捐出嚟，請禪師返到五台山替我準備素菜素飯，宴請10000個和尚，以表示我誠心嘅還願回向。
爹啊，咁後來又點呢？
洪先生算我個命，到53歲嗰年應該會有再見。我雖然冇祈天求壽，但係到嗰年亦平安無事咁度過。而家我都已經69歲啦。經書上有講，天道係不容易相信嘅，人嘅命係冇一定嘅。又講人嘅命冇一定嘅，係要靠自己做嘅。呢啲說話一啲都冇錯。所謂人嘅禍福，其實都係由自己求嚟，而命運亦都唔係一成不變，而係可以改造嘅。
爹啊，咁我嘅命究竟又係點嘅呢？
呢個並唔重要，就算命中注定應該榮華富貴，仲係要當做唔得意嚟想。就算處喺順境吉利嘅時候，仲係要當做唔稱心唔如意嚟想。就算你眼前豐衣足食，仲係要當做冇錢用冇屋住嚟想。就算人哋喜歡你尊重你，仲係要小心謹慎做恐懼嚟想。就算你屋企世代有聲名，人人都重視你，仲係要當做低微嚟想。就算你學問高深，仲係要當做粗淺嚟想。如果你有呢6種想法，道德自然就會增進，福報亦自然會增加。其實天下間聰明盡秀嘅人非常之多，但係佢哋喺道德上唔肯用功去修，事業上亦冇好好用功去做，就只為咗因循呢2個字，得過且過，所以先至會誤咗一生。總言之，雲谷禪師教我立命嘅好多說話，實在係最精、最深、最真、最正嘅道理。希望你仔細咁去研究，仲要盡心盡力咁去做，千祈唔好將大好光陰虛度空過，知道嗎？
孩兒知道，感謝父親大人教誨。
天啟，人既然唔係一出世就係聖人，又點會冇過失呢？孔子講過，過則勿憚改，所以只要有過失，就唔可以害怕改過。喺春秋時代，有好多高級官吏，只係憑住觀察一個人嘅言行舉止，就能夠推測佢嘅吉凶禍福，並且非常準確。呢啲事喺史書上亦有記載。
咁佢哋係用啲咩方法嚟判斷嘅呢？
一般嚟講，一個人嘅吉凶徵兆係由佢嘅內心發源，而表現喺佢嘅外表。凡係相貌仁慈忠厚、行事穩重嘅人，大部分都能夠得到福分。相反嚟講，只要一個人表現嘅行為都係不善嘅，咁就可以預知佢嘅禍患就快要嚟啦。所以講，若如一個人要遠離災禍，喺未曾講到做善事之前，就要先將自己嘅過失改咗佢。
爹啊，我哋點樣去改過呢？
講到改過，首先要發羞恥心。所謂知恥近乎勇，試諗下，古代嘅聖賢同我哋同樣係人，但係點解佢哋可以流芳百世，而我哋就默默無聞，甚至於身敗名裂？如果一個人只係貪戀聲色名利、縱情享樂，背住他人做一啲唔見得光嘅事，仲以為他人見唔到，而自以為得意，咁樣佢會漸漸變成衣冠禽獸，就連自己都仲唔知道。呢種行為係世間上最卑鄙、最無恥嘅。聖賢孟子亦講過，知恥對人嘅影響係好大嘅。知道羞恥嘅人就係聖賢，不知羞恥為何物嘅人，同禽獸又有乜嘢分別？改過嘅第二個方法就係要發敬畏心。要知道天地鬼神，我哋係呃佢哋唔到嘅。就算係犯咗少少嘅過失，天地鬼神都會知道得清清楚楚。犯咗重嘅過失，就一定會有災禍降臨到我哋嘅身上。就算係好輕嘅過失，亦都會減損我哋而家嘅福報。試問又點可以唔害怕呢？所以話人係唔可以唔怕鬼神。正所謂舉頭三尺有神明。一個人就算生活喺隱蔽嘅暗室入邊，天地鬼神亦可以睇得一清二楚。就算表面上掩蓋得住，喺意念上亦係冇法子掩飾善惡嘅心思。意念就好似一道波礫咁，而鬼神就好似無形嘅導體。所以話鬼神無所不在，人要有敬畏心就係咁嘅原因。人只要仲有一啖氣， 就算犯咗滔天大罪嘅人，亦有悔改嘅機會。正所謂放下屠刀，立地成佛，就好似千年黑暗嘅深谷，只要一盞燈照落嚟，千年嘅黑暗就會消失啦。人生無常，肉體易逝。如果等到呼吸停止咗嗰陣時，就算靈魂想改過，都已經太遲。有啲人就係咁遺臭萬年，就算有孝子賢孫想同佢洗脫罪名，亦都冇法子洗得甩，而且仲會沉淪地獄，永遠受痛苦嘅折磨。即使係佛菩薩，亦冇辦法救助你，接引你。試問又點可以唔害怕呢？
爹啊，仲有冇其他改過嘅方法呢？
有，改過嘅第3要素就係要有勇猛心。一個人之所以唔能夠改過，就係因為因循苟且，而誤咗大事。細嘅過失就好似尖刺篤喺肉入邊一樣，要快啲將佢掹翻出嚟。大嘅過失就好似毒蛇咬到手指一樣厲害，要馬上斬斷手指。如果唔係，蛇毒攻心，人就會死㗎啦。一般人改過，有從事實上嚟改，有從道理上嚟改，有從心念上嚟改，3個階段，做法唔同，所得到嘅功效亦都唔一樣。譬如話前日殺生，今日戒殺；前日發嬲鬧咗人，今日靜心反省。呢啲係從事上改嘅方法。不過呢一種只係行為上勉強壓制，好難達到改過嘅目的。比較理想嘅方法，應該係從理上去改。譬如話要改殺生之過，就要咁諗：上天有好生之德，凡係有生命嘅嘢，都會珍惜生命。殺佢嚟養我哋，試問又點可以安心？要明白健康之道，首先在於本身元氣嘅運化，而唔在於食物嘅稀罕珍貴。就算係山珍海味，食過咗都唔一定能夠供養身體嘅。既然蔬菜素食一樣可以養我哋嘅身體，又何必要將自己嘅肚攞嚟做化屍場？若如你可以咁諗，就一定唔忍心再落手殺生噶啦。想改過，暴躁嘅壞脾氣亦都係一樣。每個人唔可能生得一模一樣，各有所長，亦各有所短，並冇十全十美嘅。所以應該互相體諒遷就先至啱。就算有人唔講道理，冒犯咗我，亦都係佢嘅過錯，同我又有何關係呢？我又何必發嬲憎恨呢？總之，殺生發嬲都係有害而冇好處嘅。其他仲有種種嘅過失，都可以依照咁樣嚟改過。只要你明白其中嘅道理，就唔會再犯過失噶啦。一般上，人嘅過失雖然有幾百種咁多，但係歸根究底都係由心所起嘅。天啟， 你過嚟啊！如果能夠心不動念，無私無欲，就唔使逐樣咁檢討名利財色等等嘅過失。我哋只要一心向善，正念出現咗，邪惡嘅念頭自然就污染唔到，就好似太陽當空而照，妖怪逃盡消失一樣。由於過失從心而起，所以就應該由心上去修改。你明白嗎？
明白啦。
所以話最好最高嘅改過方法，仲係修心。能夠修心，先至可以令到我哋嘅心立即清靜落嚟。能夠修心明利，唔再犯過失，三樣都具備，當然係最好不過嘅事啦。若如只係冇犯過錯，卻不明白事理，不懂得修心，咁樣嘅改過方法就唔徹底啦。易經上有云：積善之家，必有餘慶。如果我哋想將唔好嘅命改為好命，唔單止要改過自身，仲要積善積德，先至可以將前世所做落嘅罪孽消除。善事積得多，唔好嘅命就自然會變成好命，並且仲可以證明佢嘅效驗添。所謂惻隱之心，人皆有之。浙江省有個讀書人叫楊志晴，佢喺縣衙門度做書辦，為人公正，心地忠厚。有一次，縣官處罰一個犯人，打到血流滿面，趴喺地下，但係縣官仲係好嬲，
同我打！哎呀，冤枉啊，冤枉啊，大人！繼續同我打！哎呀，哎呀，要命啊！要命啊！大人冤枉啊！打！打！哎呀，冤枉啊！大人冤枉啊！哎呀，大膽嘅刁民！哎呀，繼續打！再打！祖民冤枉啊！哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，打！哎呀，哎呀，冤枉啊，大人！打！再打！要命啊，大人！打！打！哎呀，哎呀，哎呀，打！打！大人要命啊！哎呀，哎呀，冤枉！
大人，請大人息怒，懇求大人就此饒恕佢罷啦。
唔得，呢個囚犯違反法律，違背公理，仲唔肯就範？你話啦，本官又點可以唔嬲啊？吓！
大人，如今朝廷已經無是非可言啦，政治一片黑暗，貪污腐敗，人心散亂已經好耐啦。審問案件亦要可憐下佢哋不明事理，誤導法網。就算係問出咗案情，亦都唔能夠高興嘅，又點可以發怒呢？大人，望你三思啊！
楊志晴嘅家境本來就好貧窮，卻能夠廉潔自持，從來唔接受他人嘅財物。遇到犯人缺糧嘅時候，佢都會盡力救濟，就算自己捱餓，都在所不惜。佢呢一種捨己為人嘅行為，從來都冇改變過。後來佢生咗2個仔，都成為著名嘅大臣，而且後代都興旺不衰，官運亨通。常言道，上天有好生之德。喺明朝英宗年間，福建治安好混亂， 好多百姓造賊謀反。於是朝廷就委派布政司謝都士去搜查圍剿之後所剩低落嚟嘅餘黨，捉到就殺。但係謝都士佢唔想濫殺無辜，就暗中先設法得到賊黨嘅名冊。凡係冇參加匪黨組織嘅人，就暗中發一面白色嘅小旗俾佢哋，叫佢哋喺官兵入城嘅時候將旗插喺門口。佢仲禁止士兵濫殺無辜添，就咁樣救咗成萬人嘅性命。後來謝都士嘅子孫有種狀元嘅，有做宰相嘅，亦有種探花嘅，滿門享盡榮華富貴。仲有啊，福建莆田縣一戶姓林嘅人家，亦發生咗一個傳奇故事。
大家唔好急啊，唔好急，大家都有份嘅，都有份啊！慢慢嚟，慢慢嚟，唔急唔急，大家都有份，唔好搶嚇，俾你一個嚇，嚟，
多謝，
我揾啊，攞住啊，
多謝，
拎好啊，拎好啊，
多謝，多謝，
唔好跌落地啊嚇！攞好啊！
多謝。多謝多謝，林老夫人。
林老夫人樂善好施，經常送饅頭俾啲窮人食，日日如是，風雨不改。其中有一個其貌不揚嘅窮道人，一日就攞成6、7個饅頭，3年來都係咁樣，而林老夫人亦從來都冇拒絕過，仲非常歡喜嘅照送俾佢。
慢慢嚟啊，大家都有嘅，都有嚟，攞住。
林老夫人，
你係？
我食咗你3年嘅饅頭，無以為報。而家我哋話俾你知，你屋企有一笪寶地，風水好好嘅。去世之後葬喺嗰度，你嘅後代子孫做官嘅人數就會有1升芝麻咁多啦。
真嘅？多謝道長提示。
唔使多謝，你誠心誠意去救人，係應該得到好報嘅。
實在太好啦！
後來林老夫人過咗身，佢嘅後人就依照先人嘅指示，將佢葬喺嗰度。以後林家嘅子孫，第一代就有9個人做大官，可見得佢好善積德，的確係能夠福澤後代子孫嘅。常言道：心地光明，神鬼勁。台州有個應大游尚書，壯年嘅時候喺山入邊讀書，有個咁樣嘅奇遇。
小善啊，你嘅機會嚟啦呢次。李家村有個婦人丈夫出咗遠門，好耐都冇翻過嚟。家公家婆以為個仔死咗啊，所以就逼佢改嫁啦。但係佢要守節，唔肯改嫁。
係啊，聽日夜晚佢就會嚟呢度上吊啦。我卒之都可以揾到一個替身啦！
恭喜恭喜！今晚我仲同你慶祝下啦！
唔得，我一定要諗個辦法去救人先得。
到咗第2日，應先生為咗救人，就立刻賣咗自己塊田地，得咗4兩銀，仲冒充嗰個遊子寫咗一封信，一齊寄去嗰個婦人屋企。遊子嘅父母睇咗封信之後，由於筆跡唔同，有啲懷疑。不過後來回心一諗，一定係個仔未死，只會寄銀兩翻嚟。信可以假，但係銀兩係真嘅，所以佢哋就冇再逼自己嘅媳婦改嫁啦。後來佢哋嘅仔真係翻咗嚟。呢對夫妻亦得到咗團聚，
真係太好啦！應先生唔單止救咗人，仲挽回咗一段婚姻添，實在係好難得啊！
後來應先生又聽到嗰個女鬼講話：
我本來已經揾到替身，點知又俾嗰個秀才破壞我個好事。
點解你唔試下去害佢呢？
唔得啊！因為天帝知道呢個人心地善良又陰德，已經派咗佢去做陰德尚書，我仲點可以害到佢呢？
應先生從此就更加努力，日日行善，積咗好多陰德。遇到饑荒嘅時候，一定捐出糧食救災；遇到有人急難，佢亦會盡力去幫助人。有時遇到不如意嘅事，佢都只係逆來順受，從來唔怨天尤人。所以直至今日，佢仲有好多子孫係做官嘅。跟住落嚟要同你講嘅故事，主人翁亦都算得係我哋袁家嘅遠房親戚。
係咩？佢係邊個啊？
佢係嘉慶人包鵬，佢嘅父親做過池州嘅太守，有成7個仔，包鵬係最細嘅仔，入贅平湖縣姓袁嘅人家做女婿。雖然佢博學多才，但係每次考試都上唔到榜。有一日，佢去某湖附近散心，咁啱遇到落大雨。
少爺，
阿弥陀佛，呢位施主，
法師，在下唔忍心見到觀世音菩薩嘅聖像俾雨水淋濕，所以你可唔可以將呢10兩銀用嚟收下呢間廟呢？
好對唔住，修廟嘅工程非常大，銀兩少唔夠用，恐怕好難完成你可貴嘅心願啊！
唉，少爺啊，唔好咁傻啦，你全部銀兩係得咁多噶咋？
只要觀世音菩薩嘅聖像安好，唔被雨水淋，就算係捱餓受凍，我亦都在所不惜嘅。法師，呢啲係我一片真心，希望你接受。
阿彌陀佛，施主，施捨錢財衣物並唔係好難嘅事，最難得嘅係你嗰顆至誠嘅心。阿彌陀佛，
法師，你唔使客氣，在下要告辭啦。
寺院修好之後，包鵬帶住佢嘅父親，再嚟到呢一座佛寺，並且住喺佛寺度。嗰一晚，佢發咗個夢，夢見寺裏頭嘅護法神同佢講，因為佢做咗修廟嘅功德，所以佢嘅子孫可以世世代代享受官祿。而佢嘅夢境亦果然應驗咗，佢嘅仔包辯同佢嘅孫清芳都中咗進士，做咗高官啊！天啟啊，其實做善事亦有好多種㗎。有真嘅，有假嘅，有直嘅，有曲嘅，有陰嘅，有陽嘅，有時有不時，有偏嘅，有正嘅，有一半嘅，有圓滿嘅，有大嘅，有細嘅，有難嘅，有容易嘅，都各有各嘅道理。應該要仔細咁去分辨，若如為善而不明理，咁樣就會產生自以為行善，而其實係喺度作緊業，咁樣就實在係白費苦心啦。從前喺元朝嘅時候，有幾位讀書人去拜見天目山嘅高僧中峰和尚。
師父啊，佛家所講嘅善惡因果報應，一定係做善事有好報，做惡事就必定有苦報嘅，絕對唔會不報噶。就好似影子跟住身體一樣，人到咗邊度，影子亦跟到邊度，永遠唔會分離嘅。但係點解有一啲人做咗好多善事，佢啲子孫反而唔興旺呢？而有啲人壞事做盡，佢仲反而發達咗添。咁佛家所講嘅因果報應就冇咩憑據噶咯。
平常人被世俗嘅見解所蒙蔽，一顆靈明嘅心冇洗除乾淨，所以冇法子打開法眼，唔似菩薩咁樣能夠睇到過去未來，而唔受時空嘅限制，所以將真嘅善行反而認為係惡嘅， 而真嘅惡行就認為佢係善嘅。呢啲事周時都會有，自己睇錯咗，仲唔怪自己顛顛倒倒，反而抱怨上天報應錯咗。
師傅，善就係善，惡就係惡，善同惡又點可能會搞錯嘅呢？
咁就將你哋所知道嘅善事、惡事都講出嚟啦。
師傅，鬧人打人係惡，恭敬人用禮貌待人係善。
你講啲道理唔一定啱。
仲有貪財亂取錢財係惡，唔貪財清清白白嘅守正道就係善。
你啲話亦都唔一定係啱嘅。
師傅，咁究竟點樣先至係善，點樣先至係惡呢？
做對他人有益嘅事情，以令到他人得到好處，即使係鬧人、打人，呢啲都係善；而淨係對自己有益嘅事情，就算係用恭敬對人、用禮貌對人，呢啲都係惡。總之，一個人做咗善事，以致他人得到利益，就係為公，公就係真嘅。如果淨係諗到自己要得到利益，就係私，私就係假噶啦，並且有良心上所發出嚟嘅善行係真嘅，而嗰啲照嚟做咗就算嘅呢，係假嘅。仲有做善事不求報答，不露痕跡，咁所做嘅善事係真嘅。如果為咗某一種目的，企圖有所得，只去做善事，就係假。凡事種種，你哋自己都要仔細咁去考察啦。
爹啊，點樣先至係端正之善，又點樣先至係歪曲之善呢？
一般人都認為謹慎隨和嘅好好先生就係善人，但係聖人就認為敢作敢為、粗豪爽直嘅人只係善人，因為謹慎軟弱冇個性嘅人，雖然人人都讚佢好，而成為好好先生，亦只不過係個隨波逐流、冇志氣、冇道德精神、冇道義勇氣嘅人。以此類推，就可以知道天地鬼神對於善惡嘅觀念都同聖人嘅觀念相同，而同世俗嘅眼光就啱啱好相反。所以話，如果想要積德行善，絕對唔可以只係順住人情世俗，討好眾人，掩人耳目。我哋一定要有內心深處去潛移默化，一心濟世扶危，誠意助人，只係端正之善。如果帶有半點媚俗之心，或者玩世不恭，咁就係虛偽歪曲之善啊！
爹啊，咁陽善同埋陰德又係點樣分辨嘅呢？
凡係一個人做善事俾人知道，就叫做陽善；做咗善事而他人唔知道嘅，叫做陰德。有陰德嘅人，上天自然會報答佢；而有陽善嘅人，大家都知道佢，讚嘆佢，令佢享受世間嘅美名。而一個人嘅名譽，如果超過咗實質，就一定會有禍患啊！因為天地神明唔中意愛名嘅人，所以有名望嘅人 如果只係浪得虛名嘅，缺少實際上嘅功德，咁佢以後遭遇到嘅橫逆之事就會特別多噶啦。相反嚟講，一個人冇過失冇差錯，反而俾人冤枉，無緣無故俾人栽上咗惡名，而佢又可以逆來順受，咁樣佢嘅子孫就會時常忽然間發起達嚟啦。
爹啊，既然係行善，點解又會有是善同非善嘅講法呢？
以前春秋時代嘅魯國有一種法律，凡係俾人捉去其他國家做奴隸嘅魯國人，如果有人肯出錢將呢啲人贖翻嚟嘅話，咁就可以同官府領賞金啦。孔子嘅學生子貢贖咗人，但係唔願意接受賞金。孔子知道咗就責備佢啦：你錯啦！君子做事可以移風易俗，行為將會成為大眾嘅規範。你點可以只係為咗自己嘅高興，為咗博取虛榮就隨意去做呢？子貢聽咗之後，滿面疑惑，皺住眉頭望住孔子。孔子就解釋：而家喺魯國富有嘅人好少，貧苦嘅人好多，而你就創下咗惡例。如果大家都認為贖人接受賞金係好冇面嘅事，咁以後仲有邊個肯去贖人啊？從此之後，贖人回國嘅風氣就將會慢慢消失噶啦。仲有一個例子，亦係孔子嘅門生所做過嘅事。有一次，子路見到一個人跌咗落水，就立刻將佢救起嚟。嗰個人就送俾佢一隻牛，答謝佢。子路亦接受咗。孔子知道就好安慰咁講：從此之後，魯國就會有好多人自動落到深水大河去救人啦。頭先嗰兩個例子，以一般俗人嘅眼光，子貢唔領賞金係廉潔嘅事，子路接受贈牛係唔好嘅行為。但係孔子反而讚賞子路，而責備子貢，睇法同世俗人完全唔同。所以話要知道，一個人做善事唔可以只係睇行為，一定要睇佢所產生嘅弊端，亦即係話唔可以只係睇現在，一定要睇事情嘅結果，亦唔可以只論個人嘅得失，而係需要睇佢對大眾嘅影響。而家睇起嚟似善，而結果足以害人嘅，則此善而實非善。如果而家睇起嚟雖然不善，而結果有益於大眾嘅，則雖非善而實是善。
爹啊，咁偏善同正善又有咩分別嘅呢？
從前，呂民意宰相辭官返鄉下，鄉民依然好似北斗星咁尊敬佢，好似泰山咁尊重佢。有一日，一個鄉民醉酒之後鬧咗呂公一場，呂公認為佢飲醉咗酒，就唔同佢計較。點知道過咗1年，嗰個人犯咗死罪入獄，呂公先至後悔咁話：如果當初稍為同佢計較，送官懲罰，小情足以為戒，或者今日佢就唔會搞成咁啦。呢個就係存善心，反而做咗惡事嘅一個例子。好，而家我就舉一個存惡心而行善嘅例子啦。有一個大富人家， 遇到一年災荒，有窮人光天化日之下到處搶糧，夫人就告到縣官嗰度去，但係縣官唔受理，啲窮人就因此更加大膽，更加放肆。夫人迫不得已，只好自己私底下懲治暴徒，條村先至平靜落嚟，而避免咗一場大亂。所以話，人人都知道善是正，惡是偏，但係如果存善心，反而做咗惡事，就係正中之偏。如果存惡心，反而做咗善事，就係偏中之正。呢種道理，大家都應該知道嘅。
爹啊，咁半善同滿善又係點分曉呢？
易經上面話，一個人唔積善，唔會成就好嘅名譽；唔積惡，就唔會有殺身嘅大禍。就好似將銀兩存入錢罌一樣，勤而積之則滿，懈怠不積則不滿。從前有一位女子，呢位女子周時去廟度上香，但係佢嘅家境清貧，只可以將身上僅有嘅2文錢捐出嚟。而間廟嘅住持高僧卻親自為佢誦經祈福。呢個女子覺得好感動。後來呢位女子入咗宮，做咗妃子，於是就帶咗好多嘅錢財嚟廟度布施。住持和尚收咗銀兩，就吩咐小和尚為佢誦經。貴妃覺得好奇怪，就追問住持：
師父，我以前只係捐咗2文錢，你就為我親自祈福。而家我捐出千金重禮，點解你只係叫你嘅小徒弟代勞呢？
阿彌陀佛，以前你布施得雖然少，但係一片至誠，非老僧親自誦經，不足以報答。如今你布施得雖多，但係心意就比唔上以前咁真誠，所以只要有人代勞就得噶啦。阿彌陀佛。
呢個故事就係話，千金係半善，2文係滿善嘅道理，明白嗎？
明白。
以前鐘離修煉成仙之後，要傳授點鐵成金嘅法術俾雷同賓，以助佢行善濟世。雷祖就問：呢種金會唔會還原？鐘離就回答話：500年之後，佢就會變翻原來嘅鐵。雷祖就搖頭話：咁豈不是害咗500年後嘅人咯？呢種法術我唔想學。鐘離望住呂洞賓，就笑住話：修學仙道，首先要積滿3000功德。就憑你一句說話， 三千功德已經係圓滿達成啦，可以學仙。所以話為善必須發乎於真誠自然，事後唔好記住係心，則雖是小善都能夠成功圓滿。如果唯有企圖行善，施恩圖報，就算係一世人行善，亦都只不過係半善。比如話用錢財嚟救濟別人，一要入邊睇唔見布施嘅我，唔可以認為自己肯將錢布施俾人就算係了不起。二要外邊睇唔見布施嘅人，唔可以將接受我布施嘅人認為係佢接受咗我嘅恩惠。三要中間睇唔見布施嘅錢財，三種都要睇成空，即叫三輪睇空。一心清淨，不着一點痕跡，咁樣就算係一文錢，亦足以抵消千人之罪。斗米亦能夠種下無邊無涯嘅福田。所以話，如果施人而心不忘，施恩而忘報，施財而心痛，咁樣就算布施萬兩嘅黃金，都只不過係半善。
爹啊，咁樣大善同小善又點樣去分別嘅呢？
從前有個人叫做韋仲達，佢喺翰林院入邊做官。有一次，鬼卒將佢嘅魂魄印咗落陰間。
韋仲達，唔使咁驚，本王呢次召你嚟地府，只係要你知道你過去嘅德行嘅啫。判官，將佢嘅善惡簿全部攞出嚟。係，閻王。
閻王爺，在下至30幾歲，邊度會有咁多惡記錄呢？
只要一個念頭不正，就係罪惡，唔使等到你去犯。例如睇到雷食，動咗壞念頭，就係犯過。判官，你將佢啲善惡簿稱一稱。係，閻王。
請好啦。
啟稟閻王，佢嘅善祿簿重過惡祿簿啊！
奇怪，我嘅善祿竟然又會重過惡祿嘅，我到底做咗啲咩大善事呢？點解唔記得晒嘅呢？
你真係唔記得？陽間嘅皇帝有一次要興建大工程，修建福州三山地方嘅石橋，你上書勸皇帝叫佢唔好修，免得勞民傷財。呢一份就係你上書嘅奏章文稿啦。
但係後來朝廷都冇採納呢份疏表，又點可能有咁大嘅力量呢？
因為你嘅一念之善，普達萬民之身。如果被採納咗，咁善嘅力量就更加之大啦。帶佢走。
由此可知道，志在天下，善達萬民，則善雖小而功德大；若如志在一身，善及一人，則善雖多而功德少。 講到行善嘅難同易，就好似修身克己一樣，一定要從最難嘅地方先去克服，咁樣細嘅過失就自然唔會再犯啦。明白嗎？譬如江西嘅書翁，將2年教書所得到嘅酬勞，代他人繳付罰款，令人哋夫妻團圓。河南嘅張老先生，攞自己10年嚟慳食慳用嘅儲蓄同人還債，而救翻他人妻子女兒。鎮江嘅近翁，雖然年老無子，亦唔忍心娶少女為妻。佢哋所做嘅事，都係別人好難做得到，別人好難忍受嘅善事。所以上天賜俾佢哋嘅福，亦一定會比較豐厚。總言之，凡係有財有勢嘅人，要立功德，同平常嘅人比起嚟，梗係容易得多啦。但係容易做到，卻唔肯去做，咁就叫做自暴自棄啦。而冇財冇勢嘅窮人，要作啲福，都會有好大嘅困難，但係難做到，而做得到，咁至係最可貴嘅。我哋為人處世，應該一遇到機緣，就去做救濟人嘅善事。不過要救濟人，亦唔係一件容易嘅事嚟㗎。救濟眾人，種類好多，重要嘅項目大約有成10種咁多。
爹啊，係邊10種呢？
你去準備好紙筆，將佢記落嚟。
爹啊，孩兒經已準備好啦。
好，第一係與人為善，就係睇到人哋有一點善心，就要去幫助佢，令佢嘅善心增長。人哋做善事，力量唔夠，做唔成功，就要助佢，令到佢成功。咁就叫做與人為善。第二係愛敬全心，意思即係對學問好過我、年紀大、輩分高嘅人，都應該全心敬重。對於嗰啲年紀細過我、輩分低過我、環境貧窮嘅人，都應該要心存愛護。第三就係成人之美。譬如話，一個人要做一件好事，但尚未決定，咁就應該勸佢盡心盡力去做。人哋要做好事，但係遇到阻滯，唔可以成功，我哋就要諗辦法指引佢，勸導佢，令到佢成功。千祈唔可以因為妒忌心而去破壞佢。第四係勸人為善，遇到做壞事嘅人，就要話俾佢知惡有惡報嘅道理，惡事係萬萬做不得嘅。遇到唔肯做善事，或者係嗰啲只肯做小善事嘅人，就要勸佢行善絕對會有好報，善事不但要做，仲要做得越多越好，越大越好。第五係救人危急，大多數嘅人都喜歡錦上添花， 而缺乏雪中送炭嘅精神。如果能夠喺他人最危險、最困難、最緊急嘅關頭，及時伸出援手，幫助他人解決困難危急，可以講得係功德無量。第六，興建大利。有大利益嘅事情，自然要有大力量嘅人至可以做得到。一個人既然有大力量，自然應該做啲大利益嘅事情，以利益大眾。譬如話修築水利系統、救濟大災難等等等等。第七，就係捨財作福。俗語有云：人為財死。世人大多數都愛錢財，求財都求唔切啦，仲邊度會願意去捨財助人呢？所以能夠捨財去消除別人嘅災難，解決他人嘅危急，對一個普通人嚟講已經唔簡單，而對於窮人嚟講就更加了不起。第八，係護持正法。宗教有正有邪，法亦有正有邪，而有正知正見嘅佛法就最容易教導人心，挽回善良嘅風俗。如果有人破壞佢，一定要盡全力保護維持，不可以任人去破壞佢。第九，係敬重尊長。凡係學問深、見識好、職位高、輩分大、年紀老嘅人，都稱之為尊長。自己亦都應該要敬重，唔可以睇唔起佢哋㗎。第十，係愛惜物命。凡係有生命嘅嘢，即使好似蟻咁微細，都係有知覺嘅，不但曉得痛苦，並且貪生怕死。我哋應該可憐佢哋至係，絕對唔可以亂殺亂食。善事無窮無盡，講都講唔完噶啦。只要你將我所講嘅說話細心咁推敲，無數嘅功德，你都可以做得到。亦經常講天嘅道理，對於驕傲自滿嘅，就要使佢虧損；而謙虛嘅，就讓佢得到益處。地嘅道理亦都係一樣，高處嘅山水總係向下流，以填補低陷嘅地方。鬼神對於驕傲自滿嘅，總要截損佢。而庇護謙虛嘅人，人心亦都係一樣。驕傲自滿嘅人，必為人所憎恨。只有謙虛嘅人，至會受人敬重。由此可見，天地鬼神人都係偏向謙虛嘅嗰一邊嘅。書經上亦有講：滿招損，謙受益。我見過好多清貧嘅讀書人，喺就要發達考中嘅時候，面上一定會有一片謙和而且安詳嘅光彩 自然咁散發出嚟。記得喺新未年，我同10幾個同鄉一齊上京赴考，其中數丁敬宇嘅年紀最細，而且亦最謙虛。於是我就同朋友講，丁敬宇一定會考中嘅。朋友就問我原因，我話俾佢哋知，只有謙虛嘅人至會承受福報。到咗放榜嘅時候，佢果然考中咗。仲有浙江嘅馮開之、山東嘅趙光遠以及夏建所呢啲人，都係連續幾次考試都考唔中之後，痛改以前驕傲自負嘅壞脾氣，而變成謙謙君子，然後先至考中嘅。不過有一位來自江陰嘅考生張惠岩，佢雖然博學多才，文章寫得好好，而且仲好有名添。但係喺隔5年參加考試嘅時候，佢竟然名落孫山。
真煩氣。個考官真係有眼無珠，我個文才咁高深，詩詞歌賦樣樣精通，點可能會落選呢？實在係太冇天理啦！
你笑咩啊？我笑你不明事理咯。呢一次你考唔中，當然係你個文章寫得唔夠好啦。
你冇睇過我文章，又點知唔好呢？
寫文章一定要心平氣和。我見你嗰副心浮氣躁嘅樣，又點會寫得出好嘅文章嚟呢？
道長，咁我應該要點啊？
考中功名全靠命運，命不該中，文章雖好，亦都冇用。你首先要改變下你自己啊！
既然係命，我點可以改變呢？
造命在天，立命在人。只要你肯盡力去做善事，積多啲陰德，乜嘢福報都可以求得到嘅。
我不過係窮書生，又可以做得啲乜嘢善事呢？
做善事積陰德，都係由心做出嚟嘅。只要時常全心為善，功德就無量無邊啊！就好似謙虛呢件事，又唔使使錢，你點解唔自我反省一下？自己功夫太淺，唔懂得謙虛，仲反而鬧考官唔公平添。
從此之後，張惠岩就壓低自己一向驕傲嘅格調，好小心咁把持自己，唔想再行錯路，日日落功夫去修善，日日落功夫去積德。到咗丁酉年某一日，佢發咗一個夢，夢見佢自己走上一座高樓，見到一本開榜名錄，但係榜上邊有好多被拆咗個空格，於是佢就好奇咁問身邊嘅人：呢本係乜嘢名冊？嗰個人回答話：係今年科舉錄取嘅名冊。張惠岩又問：點解名冊入邊有咁多空格嘅？嗰個人就話：陰間3年就會查證一次，一定要積德同冇過失嘅人，至可以榜上留名。 嗰啲喺空格被拆咗嘅人，本來係榜上有名嘅，但係由於佢哋做咗刻薄嘅惡行而被拆除。如果你喺3年內可以謹慎修身，就能補上空缺。希望你珍重自愛，唔好再犯過失啦。張慧雅果然喺嗰一年考到第105名。俗語話：舉頭3尺有神明，為人莫作虧心事。呢句說話係好有道理嘅。人生在世，吉凶禍福要如何趨避，都只係一念之間嘅事啫。所以利人吉祥嘅事都應該速速去做，凶陰損人嘅事就應該避免唔好去做。呢啲都可以由個人自己去決定嘅。只要你存好心，約束一切不善嘅行為，完全唔得罪天地鬼神，而且仲要虛心，自己肯遷就，唔驕傲，令天地鬼神時時哀憐你，至可以有受福嘅根基。而嗰啲滿懷傲氣嘅人，一定唔會有遠大嘅氣量。就算佢能夠發達，亦唔可以長久咁享受福報。稍為有見識嘅人，一定唔肯將自己嘅度量放到好狹窄，而自己拒絕可以得到嘅福報。再講，謙虛嘅人，旁人都樂意教導佢，佢仲有機會可以接受教導。相反嚟講，一個驕傲嘅人，邊個肯去教導佢呢？而且謙虛嘅人都願意學習人哋嘅好處，旁人有善嘅行動，佢就去學，咁所得到嘅善行就會無窮無盡啦。呢啲都係努力盡德修業嘅人唔可以缺少嘅嘢。古人有句說話：有心要求功名嘅，一定可以得到功名；有心要求富貴嘅，一定可以得到富貴。一個人若有遠大嘅志向，就好似樹有根一樣，樹有根，至可以生枝花葉出嚟。人要立定呢種偉大志向，就必須喺每一個念頭上都要謙虛，即使碰到似灰塵咁細微嘅事情，亦要俾人哋方便。能夠做到呢一點，自然就會感動天地。造福全在於自己，自己真心要做，就一定可以做得到。而家有一啲求取功名嘅人，當初都唔係出自真心，只不過係一時嘅興致。興致嚟咗就去求，興致退咗就停止。孟子對齊宣王話：大王喜好音樂，如果到咗極點，嗰陣時齊國嘅國運大概可以興旺啦。但係大王喜好音樂，只不過係追求個人嘅快樂。如果能夠將個人追求快樂嘅心推廣到與民同樂，令到百姓都快樂嘅話，咁齊國仲有唔興旺嘅道理咩？我認為要求取功名，亦係一樣。你要將求取功名嘅心落實到積德行善上邊，並且 要盡心盡力去做，持之以恆，咁命運同福報就能夠由你自己嚟決定啦。天啟，明白嗎？
明白啦，爹。
袁了凡先生一生行善積德，仲寫咗4篇短文嚟訓誡佢嘅仔，名為誡子文，就即係後來流傳於世上嘅了凡四訓。了凡先生係一個大善人，因為積極嘅修福積德而改變咗命運，增壽20幾年，享年74。了凡四訓呢本書教人認識命運嘅真相，明白善惡嘅標準，改過遷善嘅方法，以及行善積德、謙虛種種嘅效應。袁了凡同時以自己改造命運嘅經驗嚟延伸說法，讀咗令人心目豁開，信心勇氣倍增。以後效法了凡立命精神嘅決心就更加堅定，再加上身體力行斷惡修善，而令到個人嘅學業、事業、家庭都達到圓滿，成聖成賢，亦係指日可待。